Yes, I'll open my computer. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. I should just type in my fucking.
You should just fuck.
I should just fuck.
You should just fuck.
You got it.
I lost it. Too busy doing some stuff. It just slipped away. It slipped away from my fingertips.
Uh-oh.
Did we find out if it was the Super Bowl today?
No, I don't think it is. No, it's in February, I think.
Okay, that's good. That means we'll have people watching.
I don't know. Does anyone that you know watch the Superb Owl show?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Everyone currently listening to this pre-show content.
Let's go, sports team. Let's go.
Sports. That's how you do it, right? Sports.
Yep.
Sports.
Little hand egg, you know.
Events
hand
today.
Egg.
Today at Top Sports Scores and Games, all sports, Fox Sports.
Maybe WrestleMania is today, or is that last night?
It's the curling intramurals in Kelowna.
Okay.
Oh, the 2023 Memorial Cup.
Okay.
Wait, that's not today. That's May 26th. What the fuck is this? I said today, not May 26th.
Google thinks they know what you want to know. But
Google, you don't know what I want.
Yep.
You're a piece of shit.
Yep, it's true.
I'm just kidding.
Girl, you know it's true.
Girl, you know it's true.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
You're a piece of shit.
No, that's not how it goes.
So, I think we should follow Void Pod streams.
Void Pod streams?
Yeah.
Sure, do it.
They have 3 followers.
Nice.
They went live 4 days ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. What do they stream about?
Looks like Call of Duty. And UFC 2.
Oh, jeez. Should see what our boy Mr. Tony Baloney's up to.
Tony Baloney. Tony Baloney 55?
I don't know. He had a lot of accounts because he kept getting banned.
Yeah, what a piece of crap. I don't know. I don't see him at all anyway.
No more Tony Baloney. Eh?
Tony Balone 4 years ago. No, that's an Asian guy. Bad.
The Bavarian Gamer? No way. That Wiener's back? No, we were just like this. I was like, let's see what Mr. Tony Baloney's up to.
Yeah, we were just wondering what's going on with the Tony Baloney.
Yeah.
Banned, bro. Banned.
He had a bunch of accounts though, so.
Yeah, he might be Tony Balone 367 now. 367 Tone Balone. He's banned. He might be Tony Balone 367. Hey, what's up? What's up, YouTube? What's up, YouTube guys?
Balone.
YouTube guys in the house? Banned. Nobody there
I
yet.
found one of his channels.
Hey, yeah.
4 followers.
What's up, YouTube guys? YouTube guys in the house? Nobody there
I
yet.
found one of his channels.
Yeah.
4
Let's see if there's
followers.
anything on it.
The Baloney of Twitch
Guys in the house?
I found one
Is his
The Baloney of Twitch?
anything on it?
The Baloney of
Tone
Twitch.
Balone.
Oh, he had a different account called Ground Baloney.
Oh, Tone Balone.
Oh, that one's deleted. Oh, he had a different account called Ground
Yeah.
Baloney. Tony Baloney.
Someone's
Oh, that
selling
one's
their
deleted.
entire collection of
Called Ground Baloney. Tony Baloney.
Someone's selling their entire collection Atari
Where?
games in town.
Oh,
54
yeah.
games, 7 doubles, a couple of manuals, paddles, 2
Where?
controllers,
Oh,
a VCS, and a 2700 or 1200.
Mikey's Tony's biggest fan. Exactly.
Yes.
For how much?
VCS and offers.
Mikey's Tony's biggest fan. Exactly.
That's what I said.
For how
on
much?
offers.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who are like, "Oh, we'll take it. I'll take it." Mr. Quibs tagged me in their post. I was like, I would, but someone's probably already got it.
Why would you want a 2600?
Because they're kind of cool.
All right, well, next time you're at my house, I'll pull mine out and we can play it.
Oh, hell yeah.
What do you want to play? Warlords?
Warlords is great.
My paddles aren't working.
Oh. I don't want to play
unfortunately.
Warlords without paddles.
Yeah, they're kind of glitchy. I don't know what the deal is.
My paddles I just need the contacts cleaned. I don't want to play
Yeah,
Warlords.
maybe. Yeah, they're kind of glitchy. I don't even know if I could hook it up.
I just need the contacts cleaned. I don't want to play
Yeah,
Warlords.
maybe. Yeah, they're kind of glitchy. I don't even know if I can hook it up.
Oh my god.
Because I don't have, like, maybe if I have the RF modulator that's through cable, but the Atari 2600 had the one you screwed onto the back of the TV.
Yeah.
Maybe if I have the RF modulator,
You get some sort of weird adapter, RF modulator adapter.
Yeah.
You get some sort of weird adapter, RF. Can he lift it? No, he can't.
Can
he lift it?
do it?
No, he can't. If you can lift this, you can have $1,000.
Can he Bavarian Gamer? Did you wash?
Did you wash it?
Did you watch?
Did you wash behind your ears?
Did you watch The Last of Us episode Deuce?
The Deucer episode.
I think audio's doubled. Can't tell though. Classic Mikey T.
What do you mean audio's doubled?
You're playing a stream somewhere. I think audio's doubled. Can't tell though. Classic Mikey T33. Playing a stream somewhere.
I mean, I think I found them all.
No, obviously.
Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, there you go. Thank
still
you.
Going. YouTube's still going. There we go.
There we go. He did it.
There we go.
Thank you, Bavi.
For your kind and gentle words.
So you must have heard me ask you 2 times if you watched The Last of Us.
2 times Last of Us.
What was his name? Jacob Tutu? Yeah, I did. That ending grossed me out, though. It was kind of gross.
Oh.
Tess got a nice kiss.
Yeah.
On the episode.
Yeah, Danae wasn't happy about that either. She was like, no, why?
It's just a mushroom delivery service straight to your mouth.
Yeah.
It's like, here's some daikon mushrooms. Enjoy.
That didn't make any sense to me, but, you know.
What did, though? The
She's
mushroom,
infected.
the mushroom zombies?
Wouldn't they know that she's already infected?
Not necessarily.
Huh. And they were just like, oh, we're just going to give you a quick kiss. I thought zombies bit. I thought that
they're
was
not
their
zombies.
thing.
Please don't call them zombies. They're not zombies.
I thought those fungaloids bit.
No. Have you seen them bite anything? Except
I've
the
heard
intention
many tales of biting.
that, yeah, but it's all off screen. It's all just rumor.
Oh, so it's
rumor
all
and
just
speculation.
hot makeout sessions before you die?
Rumors and speculation. Rumors and speculation all around. I was really looking at Midnight Suns today. I'm going to wait till that goes on sale and I'm going to get it. Marvel's Midnight Suns?
Yeah, Marvel's Midnight Suns. Yeah, do it.
Mm-hmm. Looks interesting with the cards and whatnot.
I haven't even looked at it yet.
You looked at it before.
Yeah, I looked at a random trailer for pre-launch.
It's XCOM with cards. It's like up your alley. I'm sure
it would be, except new XCOM is not up my alley.
Oh, jeez Louise.
They took everything out of the
Times moved on, Grandpa.
I know. I like inventory management, but you know they're like, no more inventory management.
No, you got cards.
You got cards. You got one gun.
It's your inventory. Yeah, but what are they gonna do? Here you go.
New XCOM. I mean.
Oh, XCOM. All right then. Okay, all right.
I want to be able to move, shoot.
Okay.
And duck.
All right.
To increase my stability.
What, you can't do that next one?
I don't know.
Okay.
I can't remember. I played it a little bit and I was like, it's not the same. Not the same vibe. Not the same vibe.
Needs to be in 480i.
Yeah, 480i.
Old ass monitor.
Yeah. 480 by 480.
486. Hit the turbo button.
Turbo button actually slows it down.
I know. Apparently they already got renewed for second season. Yes, I saw that.
And we will talk about it.
Do you know the spoiler of the second Last of Us?
The spoiler?
Yeah, like Last of Us Part 2.
Everyone dies?
Not everybody.
Oh, just most everybody?
I don't want to say anymore. I mean, I'm not going to spoil it for you.
I haven't heard anything about Last of Us 2 except for Wiener Boys complaining about things.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I know because that's the only thing we talked about.
Basically.
Because that was the only thing newsworthy about Last of Us 2, I guess.
That Wiener Boys didn't like it?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
That's all
No,
I
it's supposed to
remember.
still be radical.
I would imagine it's radical.
I should really beat that game.
Yes, and the first one.
Yeah, but I tried to play it on my 120-hour stream on like just regular difficulty, and it was a pain in the ass. So maybe I'll just play it on easy. People complain too much about that. It's hilarious. Yeah. Did you play Last of Us 2, Bobby?
Did you play Last of Us 1?
I don't know if you played either of them, actually.
The
I would
Bavarian
think so,
Gamer.
because he's such a PlayStation...
It's just a PlayStation dweeb.
I wasn't going to say dweeb, but sure.
Yeah. He's such a
Yeah.
PlayStation dweeb.
Excuse me. Yes, but I never finished it. I owned it. Never played one. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I don't know. Last night, I was getting ready to stream, and I was like, I actually don't want to play any games. So I didn't stream.
Should have just done just chatting.
Yeah, I guess so. I didn't have anything to say, though.
You just sit there and look at the camera and blink.
Blink, 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 blink.
12 hours of blinking,
Yeah, I guess so.
staring longingly into the camera.
So, yeah. Every time I was like, okay, maybe I'll play this. No, I don't want to play that. So all I did, I guess I could have streamed me playing Plague Tale, but I don't know. That would have just been a whole bunch of me being like, is this over yet?
Yeah? Huh. Okay. Is that how you felt about that chapter?
I'll say no more until
Okay.
until we
Until
talk
the
about
full chapter talk about
it.
it?
Yeah. I want to play the Dead Space remake. Maybe I'll just buy that. Maybe I'll YOLO that.
You should. That sounds like a YOLOable.
But it's
experience.
$80.
Ah, full retail price.
Yeah. And I just spent $100 buying like a bunch of other games that I haven't played yet either.
What
But
did you buy?
well, I bought them like with the whatever it was, Black Friday. I bought like Final Fantasy X and X-2 remaster, BioShock 1 and 2 remaster. I bought the Batman Arkham's remasters. I bought LA Noire remaster. I apparently don't like new games.
Well, no, because new games cost $80 to $100.
And I got all these games for like $100. There's something else too that I can't remember.
I don't think I bought anything on Black Friday.
There was just a crazy sale on Xbox, so I had to.
I bought a sound pack.
Oh yeah. Just a bunch
for
of farts.
some reason.
Just a bunch of farts.
I don't know. There was a lot in the pack. It was like, it's one of those music maker packs. It was just a bunch of producer loops.
Yep.
So I've been using those to make just loops of background music for my vlogs.
Nice.
So a lot of that stuff is OG music.
Can you make me a nice Witch House track?
A Witch House?
Yeah.
What's Witch House?
Just go to YouTube now and type in Gucci Hoochie. G and look for bullet in the head. GVCCI HVCCI. That's Gucci.
G what?
GVCCI HVCCI.
Yeah.
2 words. Gucci Hoochie.
Gucci Hoochie.
And then look for a bullet in the head. That's Witch House. I'd like to hear it. Oh, who can bat him faster?
my
Who can
God.
bat him faster?
I'm putting headphones on my head, so it's obviously you.
I did it. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh God.
Let's do a thing right now.
Tried to sleep, second that he's snoring, take his wallet and his keys, then his back to the street, going skirt, skirt in the Jeep.
Going skirt, skirt.
I can hear it a little bit.
Ain't cheap, beep, beep. Who got the keys of Bolivia? Mark ass motherfuckers tricking in oblivion. Never getting rid of him, let the money trickle in. Fuck his brains out once and never touch his dick again. Relentless, cause my taste is expensive. Looking at the world through Landon lenses. Take everything and I leave no forensic evidence on my Monica Lewinsky. Yeah, I fuck the president. Yeah, I fuck the president. So I know Obamacare's pictures on my phone. I've been choking on my underwear. 100K a week just to make sure.
I said it's Witch House.
Yeah.
It's just a name, dude. Do you think the first person that heard dubstep was like, this is nothing like step music?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
No, because it is like step.
What about two-step? Like the boot, scoot, and boogie.
Same rhythm. Yeah, because there's two-step, which comes from country, and then there's two-step garage, which was made in the UK.
All right.
And it's like
less guitars.
They also call two-step garage handbag.
Less guitars, less banjo.
Yeah.
Less violin.
But it's still a
sorry,
two-step
it's not
rhythm.
called violin when it's in country music. It's called a fiddle.
Fiddle. How about a Super Cola?
Yeah, I never had a Super Cola.
The Super Lemons, they just get more lemony when you go into the center. The Super Colas get sour, have more sour when it goes in the center.
So you say. It looks sour, I gotta say. Super white on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why that makes me think it's sour, but I know that to be a fact.
It is a fact. It's not like super sour.
Not really. It kind of cracked like it was a pop rock.
Well, it should start fizzing out the sour from the center. Because it's got two little volcano holes.
Maybe that's what it was. It does taste like... it does taste like warm cola.
Yeah, it definitely does.
I've never really had a cola that tastes like this though. It's only cola candy. Really? Like a Coke bottle gummy. It's kind of like banana flavored, where it's not actually banana flavored. Well, it is banana flavored, but like a banana you can't buy in the store.
Yeah. Gross Michael flavored.
Yeah. They named him after you?
Yeah. Yeah, they did, because I think they're gross.
The candy?
No, the banana.
You had one before?
No.
Oh, I was going to say.
I just think all bananas are gross, and my name is Michael, so.
Oh my god, how can you think all bananas are gross?
Oh, they're just mush, you know.
No, you're not eating them properly then.
I'm not eating mush
It
properly.
has to be like barely yellow, maybe a little green still. Then there's no mushiness to it, believe
It's
me.
just a nice solid banana.
Yeah, dude, there's no mushiness to it. I don't like a
You
mush.
would like a nice solid banana.
I don't like a mushy banana either. It's gross. If there's like a few brown spots on the mushroom, the banana, it's like, ugh, the banana's past its prime. I only like them when they're nice and not mushy. A nice rigid banana, please.
Yes.
Okay, the volcano hole is open.
Very good.
I wish it fizzed, actually.
It fizzes a little.
Yeah, but not like Pop Rocks or whatever.
No, definitely not. Nachos at work today, like the usual. Oh my god.
Oh my lord. Oh my Lanta.
Oh my Lanta. Ah, Friday Night Raw.
What?
Friday Night Raw.
Could you see me eat my Super Cola?
Yeah.
How did that look?
It's such a good one. That's it's just funny.
Yeah.
That's just funny.
Good to hear.
I'll put it in my story. You can look at it.
I'm gonna look at it right
Like
now.
just like the perfect eye pop up. You're just like, what?
Let's take a look right now. Live react. There you go. What the hell? Oh.
What the hell?
What the heck?
Dogehype.com, huh?
Dogehype.com.
That website's been surviving, dude.
I mean, yeah, I'm surprised they haven't banned Doge next to Hype on Twitch. They're incredibly flexible and convenient order management panel. Everything is in your hands. Turn it on, off, customize.
Turn it on, turn it off, and then you customize.
The quality is guaranteed to be the best.
Quality? Quality +1 to my viewership?
I've been looking at TikTok recently, and they keep recommending me this dipshit that I absolutely detest on YouTube's TikToks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they decided to show me his TikToks, but every time I'm like, I'm not interested in this. Don't show me this anymore. And then, like, you know, next time I go on TikTok, it's like, hey, here's another one from this dipshit. He's like the DSP of Grounded.
Oh?
Yeah. He's just so negative all the time. Complains and complains. He doesn't beg like DSP, but he just complains and complains and complains.
That's wonderful.
Great app. Yeah, there's a lot of skanks on that app. It's great.
They're just business ladies making fat coin.
I don't know. Can you make a lot of money on TikTok?
I imagine you can.
I guess saying skank was not probably the way to say it. But
Culturally appropriate?
no. There is one, though, that they keep showing me her live TikTok. I'm like, oh, click here to watch her live. And every time I go there, she's like, okay, keep sending me those gifts, everybody. Every little bit helps. And remember, whoever sends me the most gifts gets a follow back at the end of the night. And it's like, what?
How do you spell Cabby Lane?
How do you spell what?
Cabby Lane.
Cabby Lane?
Cabby.
What's Cabby Lane?
Cabby Lane?
I don't even know what you're trying to spell.
You don't know Cabby Lane?
No.
One of the biggest TikTokers out there?
No. What do they do?
They do reaction videos on TikTok.
No.
Make the easy video thing.
As soon as there's a reaction screen on my TikTok, it's gone. I don't watch that shit.
I can't even look at things. Total likes? 1 million.
I thought the biggest TikToker was Charlie D'Amelio. I send her away too.
Yeah?
Not that I've seen her, but actually I send everything away. Very rarely do I actually watch TikTok.
1 billion likes and 1 billion followers gets you
I thought it was Gordon
$160,000
Ramsay?
per post.
How much per post?
$160,000.
Yeah, I thought it was Gordon Ramsay was the number one on TikTok.
That's with 10 million likes and 10 million followers.
Crazy.
160,000 to 240,000 per video
And where did you see that?
on this TikTok calculator. I don't know how accurate it is, but you know, it's kind of a maybe this is it.
God damn. Holy.
Had a bit of a sneeze there.
That was a big one. Yeah.
Yeah.
You suck.
Myth Force.
The Myth Force. It'd be nice if that came to Game Pass.
Yeah, it might. Who knows? It's totally geared up for controller.
True.
Which I did give a go this morning on controller.
Oh, and how'd that go?
I'm just so bad with the controller.
Oh, yeah?
First person shooters. Like, it's even worse now because I haven't done it in a while. I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah.
This isn't like riding a bike here. It's not like riding a bike.
No.
I was like, oh my God. My thumbs need to learn how to aim gentle.
Depends on the game.
Because I'm just like, crank it, crank it.
Like, I like to play No Man's Sky with controller. I think it's better on controller. Well, it was built for controller, so.
Yeah.
I guess it depends how fast the game is. I wouldn't want to play Apex Legends with a controller.
No. I have a lot. I was playing it when I was playing it, first playing it in the hotels.
Oh, yeah?
So that's all I had was my PS4, so play Apex with the PS4.
Really?
Yeah.
Good lord.
And I was like, oh my God, I'm so bad at this game. That was like season 1 and 2.
Oh, yeah. You mustn't have streamed that, because I don't remember that at all.
Nah, in a hotel. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, but you did stream from a hotel.
When I could, yeah.
Because I remember you played that Transformers game from a hotel.
Yeah.
Wipeout.
And I played No Man's Sky.
Borderlands. We tried Path of Exile one time.
Yeah. Yeah, we tried Path of Exile in the hotel where I was playing Apex from. but it's not conducive. That hotel was not conducive for streaming or gaming, really.
No.
Because that was in Quesnel. In the
a
Super
little
8.
Quesnel. Some woman emailed the website and was like, I'd like to get a piece of foam delivered to Quesnel, and she wanted a piece that was 2 pieces 4 inches thick, 20 by 20 inches. So not very big.
Yeah.
And I put it into the old calculator app on the Canada Post website, and shipping was going to be $50. She's like, I'll just, next time I'm in Prince George, I'll buy it there.
Yeah, that's probably a better idea.
Yeah. So, yeah, pretty crazy.
That is cray cray.
Yep, big time.
Oh, cray cray.
Oh, I hear Jake is playing Dead Space.
Oh, very nice. Jake is a man of culture and refinement, after all.
Really? He's playing Dead Space, though.
Yes.
I bet you, before I even click on it, I know he's playing on an Xbox.
Yes. I would imagine he is.
Getting achievements.
Achieve.
Yeah, exactly. Bobby, what are your plans for today?
Bobby has no plans. His plans are to be here.
I'm actually surprised he's awake, because yesterday he didn't wake up till like 1. Oh, wait, 1 there, which is like 10 here.
Ah.
Yeah, okay. So I am not surprised he's awake.
I haven't woken up at 1 since my vacation in January. No, my vacation last year.
I don't know the last time I woke up that late. Since 2019.
I woke up at 1 and I was like, oh my God, I slept way too long. I feel terrible.
Yeah. I don't know any time I've slept in. Probably gonna some more days gone 100% of that game. Nice. Yeah, even the day after my staff party, I woke up at like 8 a.m. after going to bed at like 3 a.m.
When I was a drinker, I never slept that long after drinking. Just be like terrible sleep. Wake up like 5 hours later, like, frig.
Yeah.
I better eat some food.
I woke up and I felt all right. I don't think I was. Maybe I was still drunk. Yeah, probably, but who knows? Oh, they're coming for your Xboxes. That's right.
They are coming for your Xboxes.
I forgot basically every story I was going to add was like already on there. I was like, okay, let me put this fantastic one on there. And then I was like, oh, it's already there. That's crazy.
Yep. Yeah, I put everything up there.
Excuse me.
Did all my Chainsaw Man research last night.
I read the Wikipedia too. But did you watch it 2 times?
Watch it 2 times?
Yeah.
No.
Once in Japanese and once in English.
No, I only watched it in Japanese.
Oh my God. I don't know if well, anyways. I'll save it.
Yeah, okay.
I'll save it till the Weebus Plebus. Oh, we have to say like what it is. There's a Patreon, who we are, where to find us.
Yes.
Because we never did that on any of the other ones. And yeah. Why it is, how it is, and all that shit. None of that was mentioned in the first 3 episodes. I listened all the way through and I was like, oh yeah, we didn't say really anything about...
Didn't we do that in the first episode?
I mean, we said the background about we have our other podcasts and everything, but in any other episode, it's just like, hey, I'm, Mikey T, Kurbstomped, and let's talk about this show. And there's no like, oh yeah, we have another show, Patreon, that's where the show can be found early, and blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Bobby's lulling. He's dropped a lull on us. Oh, what is this? It's showing me there's a new something. I don't see it.
I need to talk about it something?
No, the gear down here next to the chat has a little flasher on it.
Yeah, it sure does.
Oh, I wonder if that's because it's the Explore Shield mode.
Yep. Shield mode.
Shield mode activated. What is shield mode?
No first time chatters. Emote only chat.
Follower only chat. Wait, whoa. Oh, these will only be done when shield mode is activated. I was like, what? It's set to followers only chat for a month? What the fuck? Shield mode is off, baby. Emote only chat. Okay. Banned chatters. Let's see who's banned. There's nothing in the list.
Huh.
Terms and phrases. Oh. Oh, terms can only be added while shield mode is active. What?
Huh. I mean, we can turn shield mode on, and then we can do it.
Yeah, but like, what are we going to put in there? Doge hype?
Doge hype.
Doge hype. That's crazy. Boys. Mosh.
Mosh. Moosh.
One in the mosh.
One
is
in the
moshing
moosh.
down the street. Asmon Golder.
More gold than Asmon gold.
Asmon Golder.
Asmon Golder. Hello,
Asmon
Golder.
The double. Whammy.
You like those countdowns, eh?
The which on the video?
Yeah. I thought that was hilarious. I was like, what the hell? Did we do that at the exact same time?
Yes. Yeah, I was just the first one came up. It's like Canadian moment in 3, 2, 1, and then I'm like, oh, sorry. It's like, okay, and then it's like another countdown. What's happening here?
Oh fuck! I laughed so hard at that part. I was like, oh my god.
Mosh, did you see the video yet? Wait, did it go out on Patreon?
Yeah, it's
I
up
didn't
on
get an
Patreon.
email about it though. I don't think.
Oh, let's have a check.
I don't remember. Oh, maybe I unsubscribed. That might be what it is. Did you see the video on
Oh
the
yeah.
Patreon?
Oh yeah. He watched. He liked the post anyway.
Oh, okay.
Selfie
old
stick.
selfie stick. It works
What is
out
this,
every
2010?
time. It is 2010. I mean, it's the best thing.
Nice. We had fun doing it, so.
Yeah. I didn't have fun editing it, but
Oh yeah, that was probably a pain.
it
Oh, technical difficulties.
yeah. Let me write that in the old synopsis here so I remember.
Technical difficulties.
So I remember to talk about it.
Technical technical.
Technical.
Technical difficulties.
Technical whiffical.
Um,
I hate editing individuals resolve.
But now you know for next time.
Yeah, so I still hate editing individuals resolve. I hate the way it's laid out. I hate the way it does things, except for the color correction. I love the way it does color correction.
Oh yeah. I don't know if I've used color correction.
I'm really debating whether I should get Premiere Pro and just
Oh my God.
send it at $30 a month.
I mean, it's not that much really, and at worst, you just cancel it. Do it for a
mean,
month and be like, it wasn't worth it.
I think it actually is that much.
$30 a month.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, that's not what I meant when I said it's not that much. I meant it's not that much money in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, yeah.
And like I said, if you do it for a month and it's like, hey, it wasn't worth it, you just stop paying it. Cancel it.
Oh man, I can get the entire suite for the year at 25% off.
Sweet.
That's $80 a month.
That's a sweet. $80 a month?
$80 a month.
Oh my God.
Uh
Why is everything a subscription?
oh my god, why?
That's what I said.
Guess how much Premiere Pro is a month?
$30. No.
No.
More than that?
More.
$60.
Less.
Okay, $50.
Yeah. $46.99 a month.
Outrageous. How much to buy it outright?
You can't.
What a cool
There's
scam
only,
they're
there's
running.
only subscriptions.
What a cool scam they're running. It's time to just get good with DaVinci, I guess. Price is a lot nicer.
It's way nicer. Because it's $200, $300.
or buy one of their little things and it's gratis.
Yeah.
Totally complimentary.
Free, gratuit, totally complimentary.
Yep. Scam. Exactly. Bobby knows.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Bobby knows. Mosh, what are you doing today? You working?
And I would do Premiere Pro and After Effects.
Why? No work today?
I want to do After Effects.
What are After Effects?
That's their super skookum effects builder thing.
Why not just use the free ones in DaVinci? Download them from some guy.
Yeah, $563
To buy it?
for a full year
Rip
license
off,
for
gonna
Premiere
jam
Pro.
some No Man's Sky while listening to the sweet boys' voices. Oh, baby.
What?
No Man's Sky,
Why
they
is
say.
that so expensive? Am I logged in as me? I am. $1,000 a year.
Outrageous.
If I was making $1,000 a year in YouTube revenue, then maybe.
Outrageous.
That is outrageous.
These
man.
motherfuckers, man.
I know, it's ridiculous.
Why is everything a
And that's gone up in price because I'm pretty sure it was only $29.99. That's
inflation, baby.
That's like way up, dudes.
Inflation.
That's
So they tell me.
ridiculous.
Outrageous. Outrageous.
Let's just go ahead and start the show.
Okay. You're too dejected now?
Too dejected. I'm too dejected.
Ow. That was my elbow.
I'm so sad. So sad.
He's sad, everybody.
I am sad, and so I'll say hello, everyone. Welcome to the StreamVoid podcast, episode 114.
I was yawning.
Yes. That is true. You were yawning, and that's okay.
Yep.
You are totally allowed to yawn.
Good, because I'm going to do it again.
Good. Yeah, you better drink that monster. I am Mikey T, and of course, across from me is Kurbstomped.
Hello.
He is drinking a Monster energy drink to get that juice in him, to get juiced up for this podcast. It is Sunday.
January 29th.
Yes, the 29th of January, I was going to say.
Sorry, my apologies.
2023.
Yes.
And you are listening to the StreamVoid podcast. This is a show about life and video games and everything in between.
It is.
It is.
Yes.
And as I said before, I'm Mikey T. Kurbstomped
Yes.
across from me. You can find us everywhere under our respected monikers.
Yes.
Because I didn't say that first.
I don't know.
I don't know what happened. I said something about energy drinks.
Yes.
And that's okay because we drink energy drinks every day.
Yes.
Literally every day. Yes.
Yes.
Sponsorship, please.
Yes. I agree.
Yes. How was your week?
I almost forgot. Yeah, just when you were saying life and everything in between, I was like, oh yeah, right.
You had some in-between moments?
No, I didn't really, but I almost forgot about this, and that reminded me. So work was whatever, I was at the warehouse dealing with, like, we have salvage, so it was like dirty ass disgusting shit. Like, there'd be like, we bought a skid of like refused product, and it'll be like, oh, there's like beef broth on it, but like the box of them was pierced by the fork, so like 6 of them are all like broken open and moldy and rotten and shit. So
and the other 12 are just covered in
yeah,
broken
so
open
then you
moldy
have to
beef
like
broth.
those ones that are all destroyed, you have to like open up and like barf and throw away the rotten ones and then see if the other one.
Gross.
Anyways, it's disgusting, but whatever.
Yes.
So I did that, and then I was at the store doing my other stuff, whatever. But then on Friday, this was so weird. Very weird interaction. So the woman in the office was just like, she came back in. This is right first thing in the morning, and she says to me, like, I like to think we're friends around here. I was like, well, I mean, maybe, I wouldn't be, I'm not her friend or anything like that, but like, I don't like the way she does stuff in the office or whatever, but it's not like, I'm wishing ill will upon her or anything, So I'm just like, that's so weird. Like, she says this and I'm like, okay. She's like, and like, what did she say? She's like, yeah, I like to think we're friends, and sometimes, some things come up and, I start to think about things, and I was this thing came up, and I was thinking about you, and I'm just like, okay. So I'm like, what is she talking about here? Like, I'm thinking like, what's she gonna say next? Like, oh, I have this friend that I think you'd like. Like, I'd like to introduce you to this one of my friends or whatever. And then I was like, do I want to meet some woman that she's friends with? Like, would that be, first of all, not weird, but also if she's friends with her, would I be just like, why? But, whatever. And she's sort of rambling for a bit, beating around the bush, and I'm just like, all right, okay. And she's like, but there's this opportunity that came up, and like every time I think about it, I just think the first thing that pops in my head is your name. And I'm just like, what is she talking about here? And she's like, so if you're interested at all, like, we could talk about it. Maybe we'll like go for a walk and we can talk about it, or, but every time I keep thinking of your name, and I'm just like, okay. And she's like, this is just between me and you. Like, I don't want it to get, this is just like us talking here or whatever. And I'm like, okay, all right. So she's like, so I'll just leave that with you, and then you can, let me know, right? So I'm like, what the fuck is she talking about? So then I was like, is she like have some sort of like someone's looking for a job, or someone like that she thinks I'd be good for, or something like that? So then I was just like, okay, like, that's weird that, that this would be going on. And so I don't know. Anyways, we have the chat here. One of the mosh saying MLM. And I was like, I never thought of MLM. I mean, she would be the type that would probably get in an MLM. I mean, that could definitely be possible, whatever. I never thought of that. So I just was like, I was puzzling over all day. Like, was there someone that was like looking for someone as like, they're like looking to get someone to do a job, and she was like, oh, you'd be good in it or whatever. And then I was like, okay, is this legitimate? Like, she's like, oh yeah, that would be a good fit. Or like, oh yeah, I could get him out of the office. So anyways, I just was like, okay, that's weird. But then she's like, she's talking like she doesn't want to talk about it in the office, and like there's nobody else in the office, so like it's not like anyone would have overheard or anything like that. So I just was like, I'm not going to go for a walk with you and talk about something or whatever. And then at the end of the day, she's leaving. It's like 4:00, and I stay till like 4:30. And she's like, okay, I'll see you later. Have a good weekend. I'm like, all right, you too, have a good weekend. She's like, and you know what? If you you can give me a call if you want to. We can talk about it on the phone. I'm just like, oh, okay, whatever. So I was very weirded out by it anyways. I mean, yeah, I guess it could be an MLN.
So you don't even know yet?
No, I don't know. So that's what I was going to say. Like, do I even follow up on this, or do I just, like, I think what I personally think is I'll be like, okay, if I go there on Monday and there's there's nobody in the office, I'll be like, okay, I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to talk about it right now in the office here, we'll do it. But other than that, like, I'm not going for a walk with you to talk about whatever. If you don't want to talk about it here, then that's the end of it. But it was very weird anyways. So.
Yeah, no kidding. That's very weird.
Yeah, so it could be. I don't think it would be an ML. I don't know, maybe. It could be, but I don't know. Like, anyways, it was just a very weird thing.
Yeah, that's super weird.
And then it was just like, okay, my thing was like, there's someone that was like, oh, I'm looking for someone for a job. Do you know anybody? And then it would be like, maybe it's like she thinks it's a win-win. Like, I would do it, but I also would be gone from her hair, basically.
if she even thinks of you like that.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, face. I mean, obviously before she could tell, like, I was pissed off about what was going on, because she did bring it up and we talked about it, because there was that. I don't know if you remember where.
Yeah, I remember
the miscommunication about like the other guy that says I want to take her job or whatever.
Yeah.
So, but since then it's been, more or less fine. Like, there's been nothing. I mean, I've been working so much at the warehouse, I can't do this other bullshit that she would always be like trying to pawn off on me. So It didn't matter. So who knows? Maybe she is thinking it's like a good fit for me or whatever. So, anyways, I think I'll just tell her on Monday if I'm in the office alone with her. Like if you want to talk about it now, we can do it. Like, I think I don't know. Sometimes I get the feeling she's very serious. Like, oh, that's not a job. Like, we're on the job. Like, we shouldn't talk about this where we're on the job or whatever.
Yeah.
But then it'll be like her and the other girls are like talking in the other room for like an hour about like, oh, this, I don't know what the fuck, makeup or some. They'll be talking about, like, they talk like they're teenage girls sometimes and they're like 50 fucking years old. But like, oh, I like this foundation and oh yeah, this would go great with your eyes and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just sitting there working like, oh my God, like, how did I get in this fucking office here? So, yeah, I don't know what the deal is anyways. It was very weird anyways.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I was like, yeah, I was hoping for some advice on what you thought about.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like,
know.
people, when they're just like being so secretive about it, it's like, what even is it? Like, who cares?
Yeah.
Like, there's nobody in the office. Tell me now.
I know.
Because I'm not going to call you.
Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna.
I don't even care that much. If you don't care enough to tell me right here, then I don't care enough to call you about it later.
Yeah, I think that's what it's gonna be. I'll be like, just tell me now and whatever. If you can't tell me now, then it's whatever.
Not even worth it.
Not even worth it.
Yeah,
Really.
it must be totally illegal.
Nah, I don't think it's illegal, but I don't know. I've never heard her even mention anything about MLM before, so I don't. Yeah. I don't really think that would be.
No, people who are into MLMs, that's all they talk about is their MLM.
Yeah, basically. And I don't know. I don't think she would take me as the type to be like, oh yeah, you want to fucking sell like Watsons with me or Watkins or whatever. It's like, no, like what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
So I think it's probably like she knows someone is hiring and she thinks either I would be a good fit or she could get rid of me. But even then, if it's something she'd be recommending me for, like, I don't think she would do it just to be like, oh, he's a terrible fit, but then he's out of here or whatever. Because then it sort of like screws over that relationship she has. Not that I know that she has any relationships because whatever.
There's only one MLM you should ever go into.
And that is?
Tupperware.
Tupperware?
Because it's like the longest lasting.
Yeah. Is it
most
still
successful?
Though?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my cousin does it.
Oh, I thought you meant the product, not the company.
Oh, the products last. Yeah.
What about Avon?
Is Avon still around? I haven't heard anybody selling Avon.
Skin's so soft. Come on.
Yeah. Oh wait, yeah, I have had a couple of Avon catalogs show up in my mailbox over the last couple of years. So that's right. Yeah.
The other thing too, during this week, there was so we have a new like tech company at work, and they've been working on the server and like fixing stuff. Like the other like tech company, they wouldn't do stuff that we wanted. Like we'd get a new printer, but they just leave the other printer on the printer list. So you'd accidentally click on it, and there's probably like 1,000 sheets that are trying to print at this printer that doesn't exist anymore. So the guy came in to do that, and he is like a computer guy.
Yeah.
So the office fucking was stinking up, basically. It was like an anime convention in there. I just was like, I have to leave the door open. I'm sorry. Like, he's stinking it up in here. And it became apparent again, like, she doesn't know anything. Like, we have at our warehouse, when we pick an order, it automatically creates a packing list.
Yeah.
With a built-in PDF program that, for whatever reason, they installed this cute PDF reader. So whenever it makes a PDF, it puts a second page saying like, hey, you should register this cute PDF. And like when the email comes through the store, that's what it is. 2 pages. The first page is the packing slip, and the second page is like this advertisement to register, right?
This is an unregistered
Which is
program.
like, why didn't we just use the Microsoft PDF program? It's built into Windows now.
Yeah, literally there.
So he's telling her, he's like, oh, I see that when this, it makes this PDF at the warehouse, it uses the cute PDF reader and it puts the second page on it. So I want to go and switch it back to Microsoft so you don't have this on your things, right? And she's like, oh yeah, I've had the stores complaining that they always get 2 pages on the PDFs, right? And he's like, yeah, I want to change that so it uses the Microsoft one. She's like, oh, you'll have to go to all the stores and do that then. And he's kind of like, well, what do you mean? She's like, well, when they print it off here, it prints off 2 pages, and when they do it in Vernon, it prints off 2 pages, and then when they do it in the other stores, it all prints off 2 pages. And he's like, well, that's because it's on the PDF, like it's. And she's like,
side.
yeah, she's like, yeah, I know, like it prints 2 pages here, so you'll have to fix it here and there and everywhere. And he's just like, oh, well, no, that's because that's when it's made. And she's like, yeah, I get it. And then it prints, and he's like, okay, well, I could tell he's just like, holy fuck. So he's just like, okay, yeah, we'll fix it so it only does the one page everywhere. And I just was like, I'm sitting there like, do I just butt in and be like, you know, it's not the printing, it's the creating. That's the problem. But I just sat there continuing doing my work and typing like, just like, oh my God, why is she in charge of the computers?
I would have just been full on head and
Well,
hands.
the other thing too
rubbing
is
my forehead.
Her computer's dying, right?
Yeah.
So her thing is she always says like, oh, I'll just use it till it dies, whatever. Pretending to be really frugal. But then we got a brand new printer that costs like 10 grand. But anyways, so her computer's dying. You can hear we're using Windows 10. We're using like a 3600 RPM hard drive in it or whatever. So it's super slow. So he's like, oh, I hear your computer's dying. And she's like, yeah. She's like, well, we could get you in a cheap new computer. And she's like, no, I'll just use it till it'll die. He's like, well, I could put a new solid state drive in there and then it'll be faster. And it's, you know, a couple $100. And she's, oh, well, we have a solid state drive here. You could do that. And I'm just thinking like, oh my God, she's going to go grab an external USB drive for this guy that we have kicking around. So she's like, yeah, I think there's one up in the old server room. Let me go get it. So I'm like, whatever, I'll let her do it. And then I left the office. She had gone to one of the other women, and we had these other external hard drives that she couldn't find that we used to back up the server because it was, anyway, whatever. They used to be in the safe. So she's like, oh, can you go in the safe and see if there's any of these in there? Because he wants to use a hard drive. And I just sort of looked at him. I'm like, yeah, none of those are going to be what he wants. She's like, oh, what do you mean? I'm like, well, these are all external. He's not talking external. She's like, oh, well, I'll just show him anyways. I'm like, oh, whatever. So then she comes in with an armload of like 15 external hard drives. And he's like, no, none of those. She's like, oh, okay. So it's just like, wow, she's the one that makes all the decisions. This is great. This is cool.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. Anyways, whatever.
Your tech at your company is in good hands.
No, dude. Well, that's like, so I keep like every time we say something like, so my computer died at work, right?
Yeah.
And it was like this old refurbished Dell, the ancient fucking Dell.
Yes.
So it died, and I had to take another computer to use to do my work. So I had told her like, hey, my computer's dead. I literally like looked it up to see if I could figure out what the problem was, because I knew if I just told her, she'd be like, oh, maybe we can get it fixed. So I figured it out. It was like, whatever, totally fucked.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I've took this other computer, but that's only temporary. I'm going to need something to work with, right? And she's like, oh, well, you know, we'll contact the computer company, get them to send a new computer, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, this was when we had all the computer shit downstairs. Like, whatever, 2 years ago. And I was like, I know she was down there looking at it. I'm like, there's like 10 business computers downstairs.
Yeah, there was a
that
lot.
you looked at. So I was just like, why don't we just take one of the ones we already have? And she's like, well, those are all gaming computers. And I'm like, no, there's like 10 business computers down there. What, really? And I'm like, oh my God, you had to look all this shit up online to find a price. Like, anyways, just frustrating.
Yes.
So anyways, that was my week. Just like nothing like, oh my God, I wanted to just explode the world, but just sort of like weird and frustrating, but not like in a major way, just like minor frustration, you know?
Yeah.
So that's my work week anyways.
Very good.
What about you?
Oh, boring.
Oh yeah.
It's very slow
at
work right now. And I can't, and anything else that happened to work, can't really talk about.
Oh.
I'm still making PowerPoints to train people on how to use Jira, of course.
Oh God.
That's all I'm essentially doing at work, is
Jira,
answering questions from the field and working on the Jira and making it good. Had to lay off another couple of people.
Oh, sad.
Yes. Yeah. Super slow right now, but we're hoping things will come together.
Well, I mean, once everyone starts, I mean, I guess you guys are kind of like a little bit, you know, ruled by like new construction and stuff like that, eh?
No, we're what's known as brownfield.
Ew, gross. What does that mean?
Greenfield is new construction.
Oh.
Brownfield is existing infrastructure. We mostly work in brownfield.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So no one's upgrading right now?
The entire place is upgrading because they're tearing out all the copper eventually.
So why is it slow for you then?
Because it's 2023 and there's recession coming.
Oh yeah.
There's a strike for the main guys coming. There's a huge shuffle that happened with the upper management on them, and well, they're thinking we're already through the recession. Like that's it. There's not going to be one.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows? With interest rates going up now, we don't know.
Yeah, interest rates are crazy.
Interest rates are going up.
Man, I'm so happy that I got a fixed rate on my mortgage, man.
I know.
Dude, if it was variable, holy fuck.
So the house across the street is now for sale.
Okay.
It is a 2-bedroom.
You buying it?
1 bathroom, 1,200 square foot house.
Okay. 1,200?
1,200.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit less than that.
Okay.
$445,000.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it.
$445,000. This house is tiny. It's got a yard, a little bit of a yard, but no front yard, very little front yard, very. It's got a medium-sized backyard. Medium-sized, I guess it's not as big as mine.
Sounds like my house.
Yeah. It sounds. Yeah. It's probably akin to your house.
Yeah.
They want $445,000.
I love to hear it.
It's been on the market for a couple weeks now. They've had multiple people going in and out of there. That's still have multiple people going in and out of there. No one's really bought it yet.
Yeah. It's crazy how much the property's gone up.
I know. There was a house just down the way. They wanted just under 400 for a much bigger house. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh, maybe I should just buy this house. And then I'm looking at the cost of what it would be, even if I put down $100,000 on it, and then it's still going to be like the mortgage is still super expensive.
Well,
it's
especially
like
now,
$2,200 a month for the mortgage. I'm like, oh my god. And that's me putting down $100,000 on it.
I know, it's crazy. Yeah, I got in at the right time when I got my place.
You definitely did.
Like the recent property tax, the property value notification came in the mail, and the land is worth more than I paid for just the whole thing, house and land.
Yeah, things are going up. It's getting ridiculous, and I mean, I understand why the millennial generation is like all the memes are like, oh, we'll never buy a house. I'm like, yeah, you're probably right.
They need to ban foreign buyers and all that stuff like that.
Yeah,
It has happened.
They're implementing more banning of foreign buyers and more foreign buyer tax that is happening.
Yeah, but even then,
it's getting
like
ridiculous around here.
I mean, adding a tax on foreign buyers isn't really that big of a deal.
No,
not to them, anyways.
No.
So, yeah, it sucks.
Especially in the Chinese market, the only thing you can invest in is real estate.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's what I've heard anyway, and I've watched multiple YouTube videos, quote unquote, on that where they just expand and buy real estate. And
if a lot of young people, if they just, I mean, it's kind of like a whatever shithole thing to say, but like there's a lot of like now it's more about saving up to get a place. It's not like I just was like I'm gonna buy a house and that was the end of it. It was like this was a plan that came about after.
But you got to save up a lot more now.
You do for sure. Oh, you totally do. That's definitely true. But
or you're just paying out the nose.
Yeah, you definitely have to have a way larger down payment than I did. But I mean, I don't want to be like the boomer type people that say like, oh, when I worked at Zellers and I had enough money to send my kids to college and I bought a house and I could go on 2 vacations a year, and it's like, yeah, but a house costs $17,000.
Yeah, exactly.
When you bought it. So it's a little different.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, 100%. Even with my income and the savings that I have, I look at houses and I'm like, I can't afford that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I can't even do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, the other thing though too, a lot of people now, I mean, we're getting into house talk now, like what the fuck, but it's like, oh, I want the house with the 4-bedroom, 2-bath, big backyard, garage, all that shit. It's like, well, no, you start with with
something small.
You start with a townhouse, and then after 5 years, then you move into like the starter home, and then 5 years later, then you trade up to the next home, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of gotta, I don't know, temper the expectations, I guess, a bit.
I suppose. I mean, I've been in this place for 3 or 4 years now, and this is a full house, and I have a huge backyard, a shop. I have a room that's just a podcast studio.
Yeah. Oh,
downgrading to something smaller just wouldn't be possible.
I would have to. You're a little different though, because like
I would have to buy something and rent it out.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's a little different but I mean, like when you're first moving out and you first got your job and everything like that, it's like, okay, you don't move into the 4-bedroom house immediately.
You move into
the dungeon.
Suite.
Yeah, exactly. Your 1-bedroom apartment.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yes.
I
a lot of vlogging.
I got lucky with my house.
Yes.
So like, I'm not saying it was like skill or anything like that.
It's pure luck.
There was luck, but some good timing. So
yeah, a lot of vlogging. Did a lot of vlogging this week. Got a lot of packages come in. Did a lot of unboxing. Apparently, I do like unboxing.
What did you buy?
Now. I bought a rooftop tent.
Oh, for the Jeep?
For the Jeep. I finally, there's a vacation coming up. Briscoe, one of the is he a Patreon?
He better be, otherwise some throw hands.
But anyway, he's a fellow local friend.
Yep.
For a long time, good friend. We're talking about vacation. Yeah. And we're like, okay, let's just plan a vacation to the island with all the high school friends, because he is quote unquote a high school friend, but not really, because we didn't go to the same high school. But met around that time, just after high school. And so we decided we're just gonna go. Whoever's coming.
Yeah.
Screw making plans with everybody else. We're just gonna go, and whoever wants to come,
you have
can
to do
come.
it that way. Otherwise, they'll be like, I can't go that weekend. Oh, I got this. Oh, I'm actually not gonna come. Oh, well.
So we did that, and Briscoe was talking about renting an RV. So I was like, hey man, I'll get in on that RV with you, unless you're bringing the fam. And he's like, I'm bringing the fam. So I was like, okay.
Yes, that'd be full house.
Yes. So I was like, okay, we're gonna need to find some kind of
unless you're bringing the fam. What do you think, he's gonna leave his wife and kids at home?
Well, the kids, yeah. his kids are old enough that they can.
Yeah, they're not that old though.
No, they are.
No,
they are.
It's still like they're coming on the vacation.
They are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was like, okay. Oh, then I need to.
Do something.
Get a tent or rent an RV or something like that. So I was like, oh, well, I've been talking about decking the Jeep out with a rooftop tent and a rack and all that kind of stuff. So I just did it.
Oh, very good.
I saved. The rack that I wanted locally was $1,500, and I was like, "What? How is this $1,500? That's ridiculous." It's like
it's OEM,
I guess. And I found the same rack on Amazon, maybe a knockoff, but it looks the exact
guaranteed.
same. And reviews were all really high. It was only $800, so I was like, "Pull the trigger, get that." And rooftop tent. I was looking at rooftop tents. I'm like, oh man, these things are so freaking expensive.
Oh yeah.
They're so expensive. And you're like paying 10 times what you would for like just a regular ground tent.
Oh yeah.
Because it's, sturdy, easy up.
Well, the thing is like
inside.
Anyone can buy a ground tent.
Yeah.
Only certain people can buy the rooftop tent. So they got to sell them at a lot more money to break even.
That's true. But you can go all the way up to like 10 grand almost on a rooftop tent. So I found one on Amazon.
10 grand.
No. I think I paid $12.99 for it.
Oh yeah.
But it was very highly reviewed.
Is it specifically for the top of a Jeep?
Not specifically.
No, okay.
But yeah, I unpacked it, opened it up over in the VR area.
Wait, did you set it up inside?
Yeah, I mean, you just unfold it. It's open.
Okay.
So I was like, oh, because I was looking at, I unboxed it and I was like, oh, there's no cover. Where's like the cover and like the ladder and all that kind of stuff? And I read one of the reviews and he's like, oh, it's all inside.
Yeah.
So I opened it up and I went inside and it's all inside. I'm like, oh. And
Packs
all the
away
materials feel like high quality. Like the fly is high quality. The tent is thick.
Nice.
It's fairly thick.
Love
it's not
it thick.
It's not a nice canvas, but it's pretty thick.
You don't want canvas. You don't want canvas.
And yeah, it's fairly comfy on the inside and it's super quick to set up.
Nice.
I was fairly impressed.
Nice. Yeah, that's cool.
Other than that, edited the Patreon video.
Oh,
right.
Very
The
potted meat
shopping video.
Yep.
And due to the HDCV or HEVC codec that my phone uses to compress HD video, it doesn't like to decompress on my computer properly.
Yes.
So I couldn't edit it in Adobe because of HDR. Adobe doesn't like HDR10, and all those videos were shot in HDR10.
It's crazy. You pay so much for the money for this program, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, right? And even,
Jesus.
And this is like, I'm using Elements, but even I did a lot of Googling, and even like Premiere Pro, you can't handle HDR10. Like, it just won't do it. And I'm like,
crazy.
So I'm editing in
DaVinci's
DaVinci's Resolve.
Superior.
And Absolutely hate editing in DaVinci's Resolve.
Superior program, I believe.
My toolbox doesn't work properly in it because for some reason DaVinci doesn't buffer the entire video into like a buffer.
Oh.
So when you're like scrolling with the wheel, it's just like stuttering back and forth all over the place. I'm like, I'm like trying to go frame by frame with my high precision toolbox wheel, and it's like, oh, you want to go 30 frames this way and then 20 frames back? God damn it.
I guess that's why I have trouble with DaVinci that way. Like you'd be using Adobe and just zipping around. I'm like, fuck, I need more RAM, I guess. But I guess I need a different program.
Even me, I've got 32 gigs of RAM. I've got, I've got the 4900X or 5900X Ryzen 9, and it's still a super fast hard drive, and it still just like flutters around and like.
That's called that's not a bug. That's a feature.
And one thing I also hate is that it separates the audio and the video track.
Why do you hate that?
Like it's separated so like your main one has the audio and video together, and then the second track puts the audio, track 2 video goes above track 1 video, and track 2 audio goes below track 1 audio.
I think you can rearrange those.
God, I hope so.
I'm pretty sure if you unlock them, you can move them to wherever you want.
It's so annoying having those separated out.
Yeah, I think that you can change those around.
Because I'll be like looking to try and not cover up something on the top, and it'll cover it up on the bottom, and it just completely.
Or are you looking to have the audio next to the video?
The audio next to the video every time.
Oh, I don't know if that's possible then.
Yeah.
I was misunderstanding.
So I went through, the 5 hours of footage that we shot.
No, it wasn't that much.
We shot a lot of video because the total video length for that Patreon video was 23 minutes.
Yeah.
So I think we shot a lot of video.
The only thing I noticed that we recorded that wasn't in there was when we were going into the Superstore and I said, what percentage of a chance are we going to get new meat here? And we said our percentage guess or whatever. That was the only thing I remember recording that I did not see in that. Everything else I remembered.
Yeah, I think something was off with that footage. Like
it was probably noisy as fuck because we were in the...
Oh, okay, yeah, so we were in the basement.
Yeah.
And I had to color correct every single shot in here because of the HDR10 and DaVinci Resolve is just blowing out everything. Like it was undersaturated and overexposed.
Nice.
So I had to like dial it back a whole lot just to get it to look semi-decent.
Yeah.
So when we were saying that stuff, we were in front of my Jeep with my license plate clearly visible.
Oh, yeah.
So I tried to do like a track blur.
Yeah.
But when you do the track blur, when you put the square there to track and blur it, it puts the all the color correction just in that square.
Nice.
All the color correction just went into that square and everything got blown out again. I'm like, oh my God.
Nice. That's weird.
Blurred and color corrected tiny little square.
Crazy.
So I was like, okay.
Yeah, get rid of it. No, that's fine. I just don't remember anything else we said that wasn't in the video. So, well, I remember recording other things like when we went into the fresh market and there was those lockers. We were talking about the lockers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But that didn't really have anything to do with what we were doing. So
I saw that clip was like buried. Like when I loaded everything into DaVinci into the clip storage, it's not done by time. It's only done by file name. So like I had to like scan through and try and find each clip in chronological order.
Oh, weird.
And I somehow missed that clip and I went back and played it and I was like, I probably don't need to put this in there.
Yeah, exactly.
All that Freshco market stuff, nothing really interesting happened.
No.
So I didn't really leave anything in there from that, just the going to and coming from.
Oh yeah, I remember I said they had artisanal dump bins.
Yes, they did have artisanal dump bins. So, while I'm editing this video, just being frustrated to heck about it, a friend messaged me on Steam. He's like, "Hey, can you give me a hand with voting for my CSGO League team?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, because I want to play in a thing. And I'm like, I don't know. This guy's local.
Yeah.
I don't know him too well. I know he plays CSGO.
Okay.
So I was like, sure, I'll help you out with that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, seems kind of sketchy.
Mm-hmm.
So I go to the website. Website seems fully legit.
Yeah.
Everything, all the links work. You can click to places. Everything works.
Yeah.
And it's like, you go to vote and it pops up with a Steam login.
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, I got 2FA. It's fine.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work out and they take out my password, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like I can change it. And so I log in and it pops up on my phone. Hey, are you logging in? I'm like, yes. I sure am. I was like, oh, it must be legit.
Yeah.
But no, it's definitely not legit. So what that does, I think, is that it saves that login token to that person's computer.
Yeah.
And now they're logged into your account.
Yeah.
So I guess my account is just garbage to people because they didn't take it. They didn't change the password. They didn't change the email. They didn't take anything. There were no trade offers, no purchases, nothing. And then they start messaging people about, hey, can you help me send my CSGO team?
Yeah.
But everyone that they messaged was an ultra close friend of mine.
Yeah.
Except for a couple people, and those guys, and only one person got bamboozled because I went through and I looked at the chat history.
Yeah.
So they were messaging people who were very close to me, and they're like, no.
Yeah.
He doesn't talk like this.
So you must have got like through back into it and cut them off before they had a chance to do anything.
Yeah,
to everybody, because like I didn't get a message.
No, they got maybe 15 people messaged, and most of them knew me pretty good. So Master of None, one of our Patreons and longtime viewer, messaged me. She's like, hey, what's going on here? I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? So I run downstairs. I can see that a bunch of my friends list has been blocked. Because after they message somebody, they block them.
Oh, crazy.
And they block from communication. So I'm like looking at it, I'm like, oh man, what the heck? But I still have access to my account.
Yeah.
And nothing's changed. So I'm just like, log out everywhere.
Yeah.
Change password. Done.
Yeah. Yeah, she messaged me like, hey, what is going on with this here? I got a weird message from Mikey, and I was just like, well, what does it say? And it's like, oh, can you go and vote for my school's CSGO team? I'm like, he's not in school.
Yeah, right?
Like, obviously this is fake. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
so, yeah, got that done. Got my password changed. It's fine.
Yeah.
No,
that's weird.
Yeah. Like, how did they do that with the 2FA? Because it 2FA'd my phone.
Maybe it was they got your login and then they use that to log in immediately on Steam.
Yeah, could be.
Rather than via the website. Who knows? But it's weird that
it was just completely automatic and looked pretty legit.
It's weird that like they got your password somehow by asking for it from Steam.
Yeah, it autofilled.
That's Oh, you didn't log in with Steam. Like there's not a like login with Steam.
Yeah, there was
button?
the login with Steam.
Huh.
It was weird.
Weird.
Yeah, they had something going on like that. But for most of the people who tried it, that tried to get bamboozled by it, the website wasn't working. It had gone down. I was like, oh, thank God.
Crazy.
Yeah, so they must have been getting a lot of hits at that time, and so the website went down.
Yeah, they might have been just trying to get as many out as possible to see who they could compromise and then later go back through and actually take over the accounts.
Yeah. So I spent like 2 hours going through my friends list, unblocking everyone, seeing if they got bamboozled, and then contacting them outside and be like, hey, you got to change your stuff.
Yeah. Crazy.
So there was only one person that did, and I had no other way to contact him than through Steam, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Not much. But yeah, that was my Friday. A little bit stressed out. Didn't get much done.
Yeah, no doubt.
I was in the midst of making dinner when that happened. I was like, fuck.
Crazy.
Yeah. And the only thing I really played other than the Game Club game was Myth Force.
Oh, Myth Force.
Briscoe and I teamed up for a multiplayer action, and man, that game is fun in multiplayer.
Yeah, it looks interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I played a little bit on the Discord you were watching.
Yeah, you made it look a lot better than the trailer did anyways. I guess the trailer's like quick cuts and like whatever, so you can't really get a good idea about it.
Yeah, well, the trailer's just like and they do the opening sequence, which is super good.
Yeah, that part was cool, but then they showed the game and I just was like, eh. But you don't really get a good look at like how the graphics look in the like. No. You get an idea like, oh, they're kind of cell shaded. That's cool.
Yeah.
But then when it's actually like on the screen for extended amount of time, it's like, oh, okay, now I sort of see what they're going for here. So I didn't think the gameplay trailer was very good.
I don't think I watched the gameplay trailer. I watched a YouTuber play it, and I was like, oh man, this looks good. And I was like trying to remember the name for a while. I'm like, oh yeah, Myth Force.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, it's only on Epic?
Mhm.
Oh, Epic must have given him a bag to get
Jeez
that.
Louise,
get
typical Epic buying the exclusives. Oh my, OMG, why just can't it be on Steam?
Exactly. So yeah, I bought it on Epic and I've been playing it and it's good. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's kind of got a cool little build thing going on where you know, if you get the right random level up things, you can like work your way to getting a different type of build every time. So
yeah, every time you level up, you can get a choice of three or four upgrades to your stats, and then 3 or 4
Perks.
ability upgrades, perks.
yeah, so
Yeah, it was, and then outside, because it's a roguelike, you die, and then you level up your character outside so that you can have, there's 3 skill trees you can go down, each with 10 levels, and so you can get like up increases to your health and your stats and all that through there, special skills, and then you can upgrade your skills with perk points.
Yeah.
So the character I was using, Victoria, has a shield throw, has 3 bounces between enemies, but I have it upgraded so it has 5 bounces between enemies, and it can bounce to you and give you a shield.
classic.
Yes.
Tank.
Yeah, super fun. I highly recommend playing it. It is in early access, so there's only the one adventure you can do right now.
Yeah, it was a little like there's a few things you could tell was early access. Like, oh, there's 2 pots like spawning in on top of each
Yeah.
other.
I actually had it the other day where there were 3 pots.
Oh my
spawning on top
god,
of
3
each
times
other.
the treasure.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, super fun.
Cool.
Highly recommend it if you enjoy supporting early access games on Epic.
Sure.
Yeah,
I don't got a problem with it.
very good.
I didn't really play anything too crazy. I started Phoenix Wright. Wait, did I talk about that last time?
Yeah.
Maybe I did. Played a little Satisfactory, a little Vintage Story. I think that's about it, really. Oh, no. I went and I got all the achievements in Donut Valley. It's called Donut Valley? Yeah, Donut Valley. It's like a game where you control a hole in the ground, and as it eats stuff, it gets bigger, like Katamari, kind of.
Yeah, that's up my alley.
It was on Game Pass. It's leaving, and I'd played it and beat it, whatever. But
Yeah.
then there was like 10 achievements, so I was like, how hard are these achievements? And it was like, beat this level without swallowing the radio. Oh, I can do that. So I just went through and got all the achievements. And
Nice.
Wrapped it up. So yeah, it's leaving Game Pass. I
That's,
enjoyed it. It's a short one. It's like
yeah.
3 hours. Yeah. It
Maybe
was
if I
fun.
got time, I'll hop on and play it.
I liked it.
Yeah, it's I've watched a couple of people play it, and I'm like, I could get into this.
It was interesting. Other than that, I didn't play anything really, but I did watch something.
Yes.
I watched Megan.
Yes.
Do you know Megan?
Yes.
Have you seen Megan?
No.
You should see Megan.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are complaining like, oh, it's so stupid or whatever. It's like, God, it's a horror movie. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's a
Seriously.
horror movie taking inspiration from other 80s horror movies, isn't it?
Well, it's like,
Feels like
I mean, not really, but it's like she's an android,
Yeah.
basically. She goes banana sandwiches.
Oh.
So people are like, oh my God, there's a part where she's singing and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever. It's crazy. But I think, it's not like a full-sized power washer, but there is a power washer murdering in it.
Yeah.
So you should watch it anyways. Yeah, it's just like a stupid horror movie, basically.
Huh.
I don't know. People always complain like, oh my God. I remember one of our mutual friends was complaining about The Hills Have Eyes. Like, everyone's so stupid in that movie. And the only smart characters in that movie are the dog. It's like, dude, it's a horror movie.
Everyone's
Like,
supposed to be dumb, otherwise
if
the
they're
plot doesn't
smart,
progress.
like they wouldn't have even been in this situation in the first place.
Yeah,
So,
smart people live.
yeah. I've seen bad horror movies, but like they're bad for like other reasons. Like, oh, the story's dumb. Oh, no shit. Like, of course, it's about a friggin' girl-sized robot.
Yeah.
Of course, it's not. It's pretty far-fetched. Anyways, whatever. I liked it. The only other thing I did is I didn't watch, but I listened to an audiobook
Oh.
called The Shards.
Oh.
It's Bret Easton Ellis's new book. He wrote like Lesson Zero and American Psycho and I don't know, Imperial Bedrooms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This is like it's like autobiographical because he's the star of the book as himself as a teenager.
Yeah.
But it's also not real at all because he murders someone. But it's just the story of like affluent teenagers in Los Angeles in the 80s, dealing with going to school as well as doing drugs, and there's a murderer, a serial killer going around killing his friends. And it was good. I liked it. It's a little long, I think. That's kind of the way these books go with these authors, where it's like their first book gets published. Like if you go back and look at early Stephen King books, they're like 180 pages, 150 pages, because the editor be like, well, we can cut all this stuff. You don't need any of this. But then now Stephen King is Stephen King. So it's like, no, my book's 3,000 pages long. We're not cutting anything.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what this book is. It's like the longest book he's ever done. And there's a lot of parts where I'm like, what was even the point of this scene? I mean, there's a lot in his books. There's a lot of scenes where it's like, doesn't really move the story along at all, but it's like still interesting. Whereas this, it was just like, why was this here? So I like it, but there is a lot of gay sex in this book. Like a lot of descriptions of cocks being sucked and stuff like that.
You listen to that in the office, just full on the
No.
Bluetooth
This
speaker?
was on the old in the old earpieces at the warehouse. Yeah. So I liked it a lot. Anyways, I'm listening to it a second time because when I finished it, I was like, oh, I need to hear about these cocks again. No. At the end, I was like, wow, I think he like referenced all this stuff earlier in the book and you didn't really know what he was referencing. And so I was like, I want to listen to it again. And then I can be like, oh yeah, that did come to play later. So, which is called foreshadowing.
yes.
So it's like an important literary device. So I got it on my Audible account with my monthly credit.
Oh, very good.
Yeah. So I liked it. I recommend it. I wouldn't recommend it as my first Bret Easton Ellis book, probably. But if you read any of his other ones, you would probably enjoy this one.
Nice.
I mean, the Less Than Zero's first book is like the book I've read the most ever. I've read it like 10 times. So, and I have it on an audiobook now too, so I can listen to it whenever I want.
Nice.
Yeah. That's about it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the show notes here, and you had typed in Megan, and I'm like, okay, he watched Megan, the horror show, and then you typed in The Shards.
Yes.
No punctuation. It's just Megan the Shards, and I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Like, what is this now? Megan the Shards. I'm not entirely sure. Is this like a
commas are for the weak?
Yeah. Did he mean to type Sharts? Megan the Shards?
She Sharts?
Bad movie?
I don't think there's any Sharts in that movie. Some murdering for sure.
Yeah. Nice.
I liked it.
Very good.
Mm-hmm.
You know what else is very good?
No.
Game Club.
Oh.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, each week we play a chapter or a segment or a timed interval of a game.
Yes.
And then we talk about it.
Yes.
And of course, this time we were playing Plague Tale. And this chapter
Requiem.
of Plague Tale is 12. Is it?
I don't know the number.
I can't remember.
Maybe.
But yeah, we are playing Plague Tale Requiem. And it's so far.
Yeah.
It's real so.
We keep going back and forth on it, like, oh, this is the turning point. The game is good now, finally. And then the next chapter will be like, actually, no, they changed it back. It sucks again.
Yeah.
I decided to like look up some reviews score wise to see what everyone was saying, and it's like pretty well like we're on the wrong side of history.
Yes, we definitely are, because anyone that I've listened to or seen is like, oh man, this game is amazing, and I'm like, did we play the same game?
Well, I think it's because we went immediately from the first to the second, where everyone else has like had years in between.
Yes.
So maybe they don't remember the first one very well or whatever. But yeah, I mean, we could immediately see the changes when we started playing the second
100%,
one.
100%.
Whereas everyone else might not remember, like, hey, it was a lot easier to kill guys in the first game. Because it's way harder in this one.
Yes.
More of a pain, big time. But whatever. It's no big deal. We're allowed to have a differing opinion.
Oh, 100%,
I think.
100%.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
No, you are right.
Cool.
So, previous chapter.
Good to hear. Yes.
Previous chapter, we do some escaping. We kill the Countess with massive amounts of rats, and we fall down into the underground, and now it's time to get out.
Yes.
Meanwhile, at this current juncture, Hugo just messed up.
I think he got PTSD.
He got PTSD for sure. He's just standing there, just dead eyes off into space.
They keep saying the macula is taking over.
Yeah. And yeah, they're underground. They go to another rat warren, and it's just like this huge rat nest. And Hugo's like, I'm home. This is my home. Don't take me.
I want to be here.
I want to be here.
Be one with the rats.
Yeah. There's a lot of Amicia crying.
Oh, God.
And a lot of emotion being spewed out all over the place, which is, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay, except like when I went into a side room and then she had a breakdown
souvenir.
in the room, and I just was like, oh my God, can we just move this along, please?
Yes, that was a very long souvenir. And I was like, yeah, okay, Amicia, let's go.
I can't go on anymore. No, I have to get up. Just get up and go. It's like, oh my God.
I mean, I get what they were trying to do.
But
drive home the emotion, drive it really home. But
okay, I agree too. But it also, like, she was talking about like, Lord, give me strength, and it was like, okay, this is like in the first game, it was more religious. I found
yes, way more.
Whereas this would have made, maybe this scene would have made more sense if she went through a crack and found like, I don't know, some sort of like altar or something like that, or like
not an alchemy station.
Yeah, not like a friggin' like workbench, and she has a breakdown. I just was like, oh, what is this?
Yeah,
even?
I don't know why she had a breakdown there. That didn't make.
I don't know.
It didn't really make sense. I mean, it kind of did because she came in and everything's broken.
Maybe
and
it's
she's just like, oh my God, it's like home.
She's out of the sight of them, so she can have a moment of weakness.
Yeah, that
and
could
not be strong.
That could be.
But I was just like, this would have made more sense if it was like an altar, or like there's a crucifix there, or something,
or some place that reminded her of her home.
Yeah,
like
I mean, her mom
like
just,
a child's room or something.
Her mom just died, so you know, her heart's feeling heavy, I'm sure. But
oh yeah, for sure.
It was just, anyways. I was like, whatever. At this part, when they went through like the rat cave and had like, it looked kind of geometric in the distance.
It was very Geiger-esque.
I was just like, is this going to be some Assassin's Creed like aliens bullshit happening soon? Just, it looked a little too much like not natural.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the set pieces down in the cave.
Yeah, this cave was fun.
They looked really good. And, you know, we're down there. They come across this giant womb of rats, like huge. Yeah. And Hugo's not wanting to leave there. And then Amicia rips him away. Yeah. And then
that makes the rat
makes the rats
blob
pop.
Mad.
And so now we're in a running scene.
We're playing Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah, we're playing Crash Bandicoot again. I didn't find this part particularly jarring or out of place. It was the correct length, I felt, for a segment like this. It was short.
Yeah, it was fine.
Which is the correct length for this segment, for sure.
Right.
And when they're running through there, they manage to get out of the rat warren, get to a fire. Everyone's, super out of breath, and Hugo finally snaps out of it.
Yeah. And then just kills a bunch of guys. No, he clears out the rats for us.
Yeah.
There's like a giant valley full of rats, and Hugo's like, nah, I'm the rat boss, and he makes them all run into the ocean.
Yeah. It's like, yep.
And Amicia's like, why don't you do this more often? And he's like, it hurts. Okay, I guess we're not going to do it again.
Yeah.
But this was I finally could use my crossbow.
Oh, yeah. I just killed everyone.
I have the ability to recover them. You don't get them back every time, though.
Oh, I got them back every time.
Now, there's a few where I didn't get them back every time, but I also was like, oh, this game, man. Sometimes, like, the first 3 kill him with crossbow, no problem. And then I go down, there's a guy to the left, I kill him with the crossbow, no problem. And then I go down the wrong crack, and there's like, oh, there's a blob here, it explodes, you die. The rats get you.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's cool. Sweet. I wanted to replay this section again, too. So then again, I start this section, kill the 3 guys, go down to the left. This time, Buddy sees me shoot him somehow, so he blocks the crossbow bolt. So now I've been alerted. So I was like, all right, come kill me. Whatever. Stand there, let him kill me. So, and then the 3rd time, it's like, okay, I can fight my way through here. And now with the crossbow, it's kind of like too easy almost. Especially now, I also unlocked the ability to make a firebomb with a pot. So it's like, oh, he has a shield? Oh, here, have a firebomb. And I burn him to death. And
I didn't think about using the firebombs and the shield guys.
Yeah. The only time it didn't work was when we get later when we're rescuing Arno.
With the kite shield guys?
The kite shield guys, where you have to shoot their little armor off first. Then you can burn them with the firebomb. But, I mean... Anyways.
So yeah, this whole part is just uneventful. Slaughter the guys, because we both have our crossbows just fully tuned up so that we can recover bolts. So it's just I have 5 crossbow bolts. There's 5 dead guys. Go recover them.
Yeah, basically.
It's fine. It was Very reasonable, this area, I think. There's a tower that falls down because the whole landscape's been converted by the rats coming out and destroying it all. And so the city's on fire. Everything's kind of crumbling and in great disarray. And a tower falls over and you have to eventually cross that to get across the chasm to the other side. You know, a lot of killing dudes, not much puzzle solving.
So before we cross that fallen over tower to get there, I got noticed in that section, in the city section there. And it was like the fucking Keystone Cops running through there, man. I'd like jump through a window and then they'd come around, and I just kept running around and getting far enough away. So I got far enough away. And it's like, oh, I can shoot this guy. Okay, perfect. And then this like the big guy's following me. I can't shoot him. I know I can burn him, but I have to break his armor off. So it's like I can't, get a bead on his back to break his armor. So I just ran up some stairs, went around the wall, and then when he started climbing the stairs, he turned his back to me. It's like, oh my God, this is so dumb. I break his armor off. I'm hit him with a pot. He's dead. But I ran around for like 5 minutes just... Oh my God, it would have looked so stupid in a like sped up montage.
Yeah, that section there, the one right before you cross the bridge, I know what section you're talking about. I hopped through a window and was able to see one. Crossbow bolt. Dude walks up the stairs, knock his armor off, crossbow bolt. Yeah. Done.
Yeah, it was just like, wow.
And then recover it all.
But yeah, I picked up every item in this chapter.
So we must be getting, I did too. Yeah. We must be getting close to the end because even the guys are dropping pieces.
Oh yeah.
Everyone's dropping. There's pieces everywhere.
That's what I thought too as I'm going through. It's like, I just found like 50 pieces in this chapter. Yeah. It's like, they really want me to level up here.
Yeah. So we find out as you alluded to earlier, that Arno is about to be executed, and Hugo's like, no, we're rescuing him. I'm not leaving until we rescue Arno. And we're like, he sold us out. He's like, I don't care. I like Arno.
Did he sell us out though? He didn't really. He just wanted to get us close to the count so he could kill him, and then we sold him out.
No, he wanted to get us close to the count so Hugo could kill him with the rats.
Okay, well, whatever. Same thing. Same thing, really. Yeah. Now we have a common goal now.
Yeah. Kill the count.
If only we would have listened to Arno in the first place, nothing would have happened.
Yeah, none of this
Our mom would probably be alive still.
So yeah, Arno is about to be hung. We got to go down there and have the most bullshit combat that I found in this chapter.
I mean, it was terrible and whatever, but I didn't die this time.
I did a couple times. I was just running around the outside trying to find the pots and line it up to get the pots. Because I didn't remember that you could use your fire ignifier on the Greek fire.
Oh, yeah.
I kept hitting it with regular rocks, being like, why the frig is this not working?
Oh, that sucks. No, as soon as it went in there, I was like, all right, fire rock on this Greek fire. Burnt so many guys to death.
Yeah.
And I would they're so stupid in this game. I'll be like, let me stand behind this Greek fire. Why don't you walk straight towards me and I'll set it off and kill you? So
yeah. So I didn't use the first.
So you had to kill those 5 guys at the start, without exploding?
Yeah, you hit him with the regular pot.
Holy fuck!
You don't have to use the Greek fire. Hit them with the regular pot and they all die.
Oh, because they're standing close enough together?
Yeah, they're standing close enough together.
I thought you meant you killed them all with rocks.
No, you kill them all at once without hitting the Greek fire. You just hit the regular tar pot.
Oh, okay.
I was like, okay, done.
I killed them with the Greek fire.
Yeah, there's Greek fire all over. There's bolts that respawn all over. And then
there's also the dust bags too.
Lucas, the idiot.
Oh, yeah. Throwing
what is he throwing? Extinguish at them?
Yeah, I think so.
So like I said, I couldn't figure out how to ignite that Greek fire. So we were just running around. I'm like, okay, Lucas is throwing stuff at them to make him block so that I can hit their armor thing off.
Yeah.
But I'd be running away from him. Lucas would be behind them and he'd be like, Amicia, it's your turn now. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
So I had to spin shot 360 no scope this guy with my sling in the 500th of a second that he blocks your stupid extinguish with.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. No, the one I hit the little dirt bag and that would make them dusty, and then I'd run behind them and shoot off their armor that way. So yeah. But I mean, what's left in the chapter? We rescue Arno and then we leave.
Yeah.
The end. We meet up at the boat and what's her name is there?
Yep.
That's the end of the chapter.
That's the end of the chapter. All in all, pretty good chapter.
Our new mom and dad. It was fine, but as the whole thing, I was just like, I cannot wait for this game to be over.
Yeah,
I'm done with this game.
The last chapter was terrible. This chapter was okay, but still, I'm like, who the hell's
who's
the main antagonist?
I mean, it's gonna be the Count. He's gonna be the end guy.
How's he gonna follow us?
I don't know.
We're on a boat.
How did the rats get the onto the island? Well, I guess they were already there.
They were already there, and
there's another boat on the other side of the island, man. There's lots of options here.
They're just gonna chase him. Like, how did they even know they're
How did
gone?
our mom know we were here?
How did
she followed the destruction across Europe, basically?
Yeah, but they got on a boat. There was no destruction on the boat. They just sailed across the sea.
Anyways, you're thinking too hard about this game. Yeah, it'll be the Count, and we got our new mom and dad, Arno, and what's her name? It'll be our new mom.
Sophia?
Sophia's our new mom.
Yeah.
Arno's our new dad. I'm whatever. Hopefully it's almost done. No, but you said there's 16 chapters,
Yeah,
right?
it should be almost done.
Yeah, but that was like chapter 12 or 13, so we still got like
4 more.
4 more weeks of this shit.
There might be a chapter like in the first one where we're just like, oh, we're coming to the end. We're just gonna finish it right now.
Yeah.
But that game was good enough for us to go.
That game was more like, yeah, I want to see where this is going. Whereas this one, it's just like, I can't wait for it to end.
Yeah.
So, anyways.
Yeah. That's chapter 12 of Plague Tale and our opinions on it.
I see we have a question from Nine Arsons asking us, how do we choose the next game? Generally, we'll just look for something that tickles our pickle.
Yeah, or if someone has recommends a suggestion for us.
We've been recommended Dishonored for the next one.
Oh, yeah.
But like, I want to play Dishonored, don't get me wrong, but I'd like to play something that's like not like so dark, maybe.
Like, something a little bit lighter.
Maybe something cozier.
Yeah.
Like, it's been so much, like every game is just like, we went from Plague Tale to Plague Tale 2. Before that, we had Alan Wake. Before that, Guardians of the Galaxy, which would probably be the lightest thing we've played, really.
Yes, definitely.
But the last 3 games have been like
dark as frig.
Yeah, so it's like maybe something to mix it up a bit.
A little bit lighter.
But something that's not rat themed exactly. I would like it to have chapters that makes it easier. Nothing too long chapter wise. Like not Alan Wake, Jesus Christ. Phoenix Wright has chapters, but it's like a 4-hour chapter. So it's like, that's not too good.
Yeah, that's a lot of time.
So if you have a suggestion, let us know. We could try to do timed intervals too, but that's a little harder to do.
Yeah, and it all depends on the game.
Yes.
Because like we mentioned last week, that the timed intervals on
Death Stranding
was very different.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, it's a lot harder to discuss something when you're not experiencing the same thing.
Yeah, it is, but it's also like interesting. Like, I would think about back to when people would be playing like Fallout 4 for the first time and be like, oh no, I went this way, and oh yeah, and this happened and that happened and blah 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 blah, and it's kind of like, oh, I didn't even know you could do that. Oh, if I went there, I could have found this. Oh, that's crazy. So, not that I want to play Fallout as the next game either.
No,
there's rats in that game too.
Yes.
So
rats.
No skeevers either. Skeevers count as a rat. So no Elder Scrolls. So. Yeah, I hope it picks up here at the end. I don't know, like, I think Amici's got to die at the end of this one, but who knows?
Yeah.
Anyways,
Last of Us.
Oh,
episode 2.
It's
did a hot launch.
Uplifting show.
It's extremely uplifting. Spoiler alert here,
yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't started watching the Last of Us series, you should. It is currently on HBO. What's their streaming service now? HBO Go?
HBO Max.
HBO Max or Crave. And I am watching it on Crave, and you are watching it illegally.
No. Shh, don't say that out loud. Yeah. I've watched it.
I have also watched. So I tried to watch it last Sunday after the podcast. It was like, it's airing 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'm like, great. I'll go in. I'll watch it then. It's 6 o'clock. Nothing. 6:30. Nothing.
On Crave?
Yeah.
It would probably be 9:30 or 10 when it finally showed up?
No, it showed up at 7.
Oh, 7. Weird.
So it showed up an hour after it broadcast because I think they wanted to get it live on HBO broadcast before they put it on.
That's like HBO East Coast, not HBO West Coast.
And it was on regular Crave. So I'm on my through my service provider Crave, and it's a little bit different.
Oh yeah.
On regular Crave, it was right there. I was like, why can't I watch this on my service provided Crave?
Yeah.
Couldn't do it.
So how did you watch it?
I watched it yesterday
Oh.
on my service provided Crave.
Oh, so it's just delayed.
Yes, it showed up at 7 instead of 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I watched it on like Tuesday or something like that. I don't remember exactly when. It showed up on my service provider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing I gotta say about this episode is the set pieces are fantastic. They look like there's a lot of practical.
There's
a lot of practical, and some of the set pieces that are gigantic, they only spend like 5-10 minutes there.
Yeah.
If that.
Well, like
the scene where they're going into the hotel and it's full of water. That's a huge set.
Yeah.
And it's like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm like, holy man. They are putting in some dedication to world building and storytelling and keeping it accurate to the game. I don't know.
Yeah, sort of, yeah.
You can speak more to that than I can.
Some of the lines were like straight out of the game.
Yeah.
Basically, some of the shots and everything. Though, okay, first thing with this one, this episode was actually directed by Neil Druckmann. He's the guy that directed the game.
Oh, well.
So I was like, wow, they let him direct an episode too? That's crazy.
That's
because usually they're just like, no, not a chance. So I understand why they didn't let him do the first episode, because that's the pilot.
Yep.
They want to get the show picked up, so they put someone who is, probably a director who's done lots of pilots.
Yeah.
So they can get it done, in a way that the studios like to see. But I thought he did a good job directing it. Everything, there was nothing where I was like, oh, this guy shouldn't be directing. So, then again, directing for TV, I've heard, is also kind of like, you don't really direct too much. You just say action and whatever. You don't sort of give actual movie type directions. Like even when I heard Quentin Tarantino, he directed an episode of CSI once, and they were kind of just like, you just say action and whatever, and they'll act it out. And like, the guy that plays Gil Grissom has done it in 300 episodes, and he's going to do it his way, and that's the way it's going to be. And so it's a little different than doing a movie, but the set, it was filmed in Calgary. So there's a lot of behind the scenes pictures of them doing their scenes, like when they're walking on the bridge. Yeah. And all the, CGI destroyed buildings in the background.
Looks great.
It does look good. But yeah, the set scenes would be like, they just have cars set up with like weeds and shit on them on the bridge, and then when it's done, they just take that away.
Yeah.
Move it on. We finally get to really see the actual clickers and everything in this episode. Like, I don't think we ever really saw anything in the first episode.
No, just exploded ones.
I mean, we saw the like prototype ones that were going on a rampage in the city. Yeah. At the start, but none of them had like fucking daikon mushrooms growing out of their head or anything
they had
like
not
that.
Been fully mushroomed out.
Yeah. So we get to see them in this one, and they look gross. But,
yeah. Gross and colorful in mushroom like sense.
Yeah. It was a little video gamey, like a little bit. You can tell it's based on a video game. It's like, oh, we can't go this way. Well, maybe we'll go through the museum instead. I know an alternate route. And I just was like, it's a little video gamey.
It is a little video gamey, but there's also, it kind of makes sense that there might only be a few certain ways through the city due to buildings collapsing and stuff just being generally blocked off.
I don't know if it's just because I know it's based on a video game, but as I'm watching, it's like, we're on the escort mission now. and then there was a bit of a tower defense in this last episode. And the first episode was a fetch quest where they ought to go get the battery. It's like, oh my god. So, there was a noble sacrifice in this episode.
Yep, we knew it was coming sometime.
Did we?
Yeah.
Why did we?
Because she's not in the game that often.
I've never made it. I've never made it that far. So
yeah. Well, you have now.
The game's spoiled.
The game is spoiled.
She got nibbled on, so she's gonna let them escape while she blows up.
Divine wind.
Yeah, divine wind. She blows up the.
So yeah, they're escorting Ellie through the city to try and get to the firefly blaze so that they can get her out of there.
Yeah.
and then get their battery, get their equipment, and get off to see his brother. So they go through the museum. They try and go through the hotel, which is a really great set piece, but it's all collapsed in the one area they used to go through.
Mm-hmm.
So now they have to take the hard way, the fast but difficult way through the museum.
Yes.
And in the museum, it's all like mushroomed out, but the mushrooms are all dry. We learn that because it's a fungus, it's got roots everywhere.
Sorry, we're there. It's not actually. That's not the museum. The museum was before that. This is like the Capitol building. The museum was where the clickers were. The mushroom men.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the short route.
Yeah, they go through there and then they get into the Capitol building, which is where she blew it up.
Yeah,
yeah.
But,
okay, sorry.
They're talking about when they're in the hotel that it's like the roots of the mushroom go, the fungus go far and wide, so that if you step on roots somewhere, they will know. Yeah, because it's alive elsewhere. So when they go to the museum, it's all mushroomed out in there. There's roots everywhere, but it's all dry. Yeah, like it's all dry and dead. So they feel like it's safe to go in there, and they do go in there. And there's a brief fight with the clickers. Yeah, and they can't see, but they can hear. Yeah, good. So they're all like super quiet going through there. Mm-hmm. And they eventually get through. Yep. Over to the Capitol building. Mm-hmm. Meet the Fireflies. They're all dead. Yes, there was a firefight in there. Yeah, and because someone got a mushroom. Someone got bit. He was turning into a mushroom man. Yeah. And at this point, we find out that what's her face has been Tess has been bitten. Yeah. And mushroomized, and she's going to sacrifice herself so that Ellie can survive. Yeah. And she's kind of like, Joel, like, you got to make sure Ellie survives. Yeah. I've never asked you for anything, you son of a bitch. So make sure she lives. Yeah. She's the only hope. So yes. she's fully drank the Kool-Aid. I mean, she's got bit 2 times, and she's still alive. So she's like the cure, I guess. I don't know. So Joel's like making a tough decision, like, oh, what do I do? And then finally he's like, yeah, okay, let's go. Get out of here, Ellie. Yeah. So there's like a bunch of barrels of fuel there for whatever reason, a bunch of military supplies, which they don't take. No, you don't need those. Don't need the grenades. Don't need the extra ammunition or communications equipment or anything. You just knock the barrels over, knock all the grenades on the ground, and no time to loot. No time to loot. There's always time to loot. Yeah. Yeah, they killed the one guy, and he was linked to the mushroom men. So yeah, when he killed him, the mushrooms sent out the mushroom signal to the other mushroom men to come running, and they did come running. Oh, they sure did. Yeah. So there's a really gross scene. Yeah. Where what's her name? Tess. Tess is trying to light the lighter to get the fuel, and it won't light. Yeah. And she's sitting there trying to light it, and then one of the mushroom men who's not quite fully mushroomized notices her. Well, there's different types of mushroom men, so clickers are different. But yeah. These are like the grunt mushroom men. Yeah. He's like, oh, she's looking fine over there. I better give her a mushroom kiss on the mouth. And she just accepts it. Well, I think she was partially mushroomized. So. Yeah. Yeah, he comes over and the fungus is coming out of his mouth, and he like kisses her and gives her the mushrooms in the mouth. It's very gross. Weird. Yeah. And then the lighter finally lights as she's getting the hot mushroom makeout. Yeah. And it drops and blows up. But like, it took her so long. I think a bunch of mushroom men got through. Oh yeah, it felt like that. That's for sure. It took way too long for her to do it. So I don't know if that scene is in the game. I'd be interested to see if that was added for the show or the game or whatever. But yeah, it was pretty interesting. Anyways. Yeah. I enjoyed the episode. Oh yeah, me too. It was great. Pedro Pascal's good. Bella Ramsey's good. Anna Torv was good. It was good. Yes, agreed. I look forward to the next episode tonight. Yes. I'll watch it. Maybe tonight. Maybe. It's on my totally perfectly legal streaming service. It totally is. I'll watch it tonight. Yes, for sure. You pay mad bucks for that. I sure do. I totally did. I legally watched Megan as well. Oh, nice. Yeah. Isn't that on Netflix though? No. It's in theaters. Oh, it's in theaters. But it is now on various. I thought that was a straight to streaming service kind of thing. No, that's a full theatrical release. That's how you know it's good. Oh, okay. Yep. That's how you know it's good. I have been made aware. There you go. And now I will make you guys aware of patreon.com/StreamVoid. Oh my God. That's the best and only way to support this podcast with your hard-earned dollary dues.
Yes.
For just $1 a month, you
Yes.
can get in there. You can throw that straight at the screen. Careful if you have a loony, because that will probably break your screen.
Yes.
But yeah, you get access to all the pre-show content, the post-show content, the in-between show content. Maybe we go on a long bathroom break and we talk about stuff in the bathroom.
I've never
you get
done
that
that.
content as well.
I've never done that. That's always you.
It is always me. But right now, the latest Patreon exclusive video is on Patreon. You can watch us go out about the town and buy luncheon meat.
Two wild and crazy guys.
Two wild and crazy guys. We go out, we buy luncheon meat, we go all over the city, and you can see our adventures doing that. And then next week, Saturday, we will be doing the Patreon exclusive live broadcast of us cracking open all that potted meat and taste testing it all.
Oh my God.
Giving you guys the full review. Maybe we'll do like a tier list of
we gotta rank them for
all of
sure.
the things for sure.
We gotta rank them for sure.
Yeah,
rank them on moistness as well as like flavor and saltiness
and appearance.
Yeah, texture, mouthfeel.
Yeah, high grade mouthfeel on this one.
Exactly.
So yeah, make sure you are on the Patreon if you want to watch this exclusive broadcast.
Yes.
Just $1 a month.
Yes.
It's all it costs.
Do it.
Do it.
Thank you.
Let's get into some news.
Okay.
And we're just going to go right back to talking about what we were just talking about. HBO's The Last of Us has officially been renewed for a second season.
Yeah, I mean, I think after the first episode, everybody knew, well, should have known that they were going to get renewed for a second season.
Yeah.
It's like the biggest HBO opening weekend since Game of Thrones or something like that.
Yeah, and it's the biggest second episode
growth. Yeah, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Usually that doesn't happen.
No.
Usually it's all downhill. Yeah. It's good.
Yeah, I think it was like 66 million people watched the second episode.
That's a lot.
Something like that.
That's a lot. Yeah, it's crazy. I guess zombies, don't call them a zombie. People still want to see them.
I guess cordyceps infected humans.
Yeah, that was weird. They kept saying that in the show. They didn't just say mushroom. They always said cordyceps or whatever.
Yeah, that's because it is a cordyceps.
Yeah, but
do you think it's not a mushroom? It's a type of fungus.
Okay, well, whatever. Don't you think they would have just said mushroom? I don't know. They got this always these like in The Walking Dead. They would always be like it is an unwritten rule that you never call them a zombie in a zombie movie.
Yeah.
That's like number one rule, but they'd always be like have their little names for them in all the movies, like there's Shambler or the Walker or whatever.
Yeah,
as if they wouldn't have just been called Mushroom Heads or something like that, or Mushies,
or Fun Boys,
something like that.
Fung Boys.
Anyways, that's the only complaint. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's only been renewed for 2 seasons, though.
I mean, there's only 2 games.
Yeah, but they're gonna continue with a new story for season 3 or something. Come on, if it's this
that's
popular,
where it just dies.
No,
it's not based on the video game Aftermath.
No. They'll figure something out. I mean, Neil Druckmann has kind of said they might be done with The Last of Us game wise, anyways. So
yeah, I mean, maybe season 2 is just continuation of the first game.
It doesn't include like season 2 if it's not the second game.
I don't know. Maybe that's how they get 3 seasons. Is the second?
I mean, if they
third
want
season is the second game.
I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, if they want to continue with the power dynamic they've got going on now, I guess they couldn't do the second game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no surprises.
Yeah,
it's good to see something not get canceled. Like I'm just used to like there's this new show everyone's talking about on Netflix. Oh yeah, we canceled it. That just happens all the time.
I guess I should have said what I watched on Netflix earlier.
Say it now.
I'm gonna say it right now.
Yeah,
That 90s show.
Oh my God, how bad was that?
I watched the first episode of that 90s show.
Yeah.
As a first episode, pretty good.
Okay.
Pretty good. It's more of the same of that 70s show.
Okay.
And they got the.
It's called That
90s show. So it's when Eric and Donna.
Are they on the show? It's
yeah.
just Red. Oh, they're
on the show. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Red and Kitty are on the show, and they're kind of like the stars. But Donna and Eric are on there as well. They're married, have kids, and it's their kids that are staying.
I knew that part, but I didn't know they were on the show too.
Yeah, and at the end of the first episode, spoiler alert, Jackie and Kelso come in.
Yeah.
And it's so funny.
Okay. Actually, that reminds me, I did watch one other thing too. Did you know there's a new version of Night Court?
I didn't.
It is an abomination.
I bet.
It's an affront against God. I watched probably 3 minutes of it and I was like, wow, this is terrible. And it has John Larroquette on it as Dan Fielding.
Mm-hmm.
But it is atrocious.
Ugh.
Oh my God. I couldn't believe it. Like, people were complaining about Velma. Like, Velma's like, whatever. Not too good, not too bad, whatever. But this was just bad. Like, the jokes were, oh my God. I was like, is this on network TV? Is this what is on network TV now? Like, what an abomination. So,
yeah,
I couldn't believe it. I was like, a new Night Court? What the fuck? And then it's like, she's Harry Fielding's daughter. She's the new judge.
Yeah.
And oh my God, it was holy. You should just watch it just to be like, wow, okay, this is TV now in 2023. So bad. Anyways.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the second episode probably tonight, and I'll see if my opinion differs. But it seems like they have the entire cast back on.
Okay.
And they are heavily promoting it.
Oh yeah, big
like
fan.
as soon as it came out, my YouTube feed was just like, hey, watch Red and Kitty do this, watch them react to that, watch this, watch that, and then it's just like everyone is on YouTube doing stuff.
I didn't see anything on YouTube about that, but
I guess I watched one, and now it's just like,
I
hey,
guess
you want to watch all this? I'm like, yes, I do.
That's good though. I remember I really like Full House. You know, even now if I watch an old episode of Full House, it's like, oh, that's funny, whatever.
Yeah.
I tried to watch Fuller House when it came out. Like, just atrocious.
Yeah, I watched the first episode of that and I was like, I don't think so.
It was bad, but like Night Court was like next level bad. Like, holy, I couldn't believe it. You just should watch it for C. Dan Fielding. What he you watch Night Court back in the day? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You should just watch it to see the jokes I'm doing air quotes right now, that he says because he's not a lawyer at the start of the episode. He's a barista. Oh. And his jokes about his drinks that he says, like anyways, you should just watch it.
Yeah.
Just terrible.
I'll have a peek.
Terrible.
All right, let's get back on track. Last of Us.
Okay. Yes.
So since the first episode came out, The Last of Us Part 1 has had a huge boost in sales, 238% in the UK. Couldn't find any stats in America, but yeah, it's gone back onto the best-selling games list at number 20. And
okay, but like, yeah, that is a lot. Sorry, I'll let you finish.
Yeah, it's a lot, a percentage, but what that equals to in actual physical sales, they don't really say in the article. And The Last of Us Remake has also seen a 322% spike in sales.
So there's two different things here. The Last of Us Part 1, I think, is the remake, and then the 322 is the remaster, which are two different
remastered,
things.
yeah, okay.
So The Last of Us Part 1 remake is not that old. It only came out like 2 months ago.
Oh.
Last of Us Part 1 is old as fuck.
Yes,
that came out on the PS3. No, wait. Was it PS3? I think it was on the PS3 originally.
Yes, it was.
So then the remake is the one they're talking about here, I think. That's gone up 238%. So that is a lot, but that game's not that old. It's not like the PS3 or PS4 version is selling that much more. It's the new version that came out.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a remake and a remaster.
Yeah, the remake just came out because they wanted to make it more in line with The Last of Us Part 2. Sort of like...
Yeah, I kind of remember hearing
thematically that. As well as like design wise and character wise and all that stuff.
Yeah, so The Last of Us Remastered is just on PS4.
Well, you can play it on PS5. That's the PS5, one I have is the remastered one. But yeah,
it said the article says that Last of Us Part 1, which returned to the charts at number 20.
Yeah,
had a sales spike.
That's the remake one. Yeah.
Right. Still pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. It's it's a nice bonus for Naughty Dog, I guess. I don't know.
For sure.
Do they see any money from that? I don't know. I think they've probably already been paid everything they're getting paid.
Yeah.
So
I was also reading that they are going to be stepping away from The Last of Us and Uncharted and doing.
Well, I would think Uncharted they haven't done in a long time, and like there's been 5 Uncharted games, I think.
Yes.
There's 4 on the and then there was one PSP one, I think, or PS Vita one. at least. So
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I mean, I don't know. What are they gonna do? Like, are they gonna step away from Ratchet and Clank too, or?
No.
I don't
It's
think
time
so.
for a new IP.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I see, like, yeah, they probably want to do something different, but I'm sure Sony's just like, hey, you remember that Last of Us? That's a really huge deal.
Yeah, make us another one of
maybe
those.
make one of those ones for us. I mean, they are working on a Last of Us like open world multiplayer thing or something.
Oh, that
They
sounds
showed it off at
awful.
the Game Awards, so that's still coming, I guess. But I mean, whatever. They'll
Yep.
try to catch lightning in a bottle again with
Yep.
another franchise hit. I don't know. Could they do
Yep.
it? Probably.
Perhaps.
But
They've got a pretty good track record so far.
true. True.
Let's talk about a company that doesn't have a good track record.
Okay.
Fnastic.
Is that what it's pronounced?
Fnastic? It's like fantastic, but Fnastic.
I think it's just fantastic missing an A, but I don't think they're called Fnastic, are
You
they?
don't think so?
I would
Fnastic?
hope not.
We didn't really... I mean, we were watching the videos, but they were all in...
No, it's not. Definitely not Fnastic. It's it's FNTASTIC.
Fantastic?
Yeah, it's like fantastic missing the A because then you
Oh,
can
yeah, I didn't get
trademark
that
it.
T in there.
Yeah, Fnastic.
Fantastic. Fnastic?
Fantastic.
I mean,
yeah,
Fnastic
maybe
sounds all right.
fantastic might be okay.
All right, so these guys had a game on Steam in pre-release. They've got one game on Steam called Prop Night, rather,
Yeah.
which is a Dead by Daylight clone, but also smash in Prop Hunt, where the people turn into props so they can hide from the killer,
Mhm.
and it's not good.
I'm sure it's not.
It's not
made
good
by volunteers.
at all. And so they have a new game that's supposed to be coming out called The Day Before.
Yes.
And they, quote unquote, didn't register the trademark for that game, and then somebody else registered the
Yep.
trademark for the game.
Well, the name, anyways.
name.
And it covers like artistic representations, TV, movies, and video games.
Yeah, and so they had to take Steam remove their games because of
Yeah,
that game. because
the
of
trademark owner was like,
infringement.
hey, that's my trademark.
Yeah,
And they were like, okay, you own it, so goodbye.
yeah,
So, okay, someone trademarked it. They had their game removed. They forgot to register. Like, I don't understand. Like, this company,
yeah.
Fantastic, they sound like just, I don't even know what, like, they're going on, how they can operate this way anyways. Like, the first thing you do is you register the name.
Yeah.
Before you announce anything.
You register the name.
Like, if I came through on a popular podcast and said, like, I'm going to register, like, donut hole lover 24.com as a website, instantly someone registers that before I can do it.
Yeah.
So if you're making a game, first thing you do, first of all, you check to see if it's not registered already. They said they did that part, but then they were like, well, we'll register it later. And then someone registered it before them. So,
Yeah.
okay, they're screwed that way. But the other thing, too, is if you can show prior use, you can't register it out from under someone else. You just get it, basically.
Yeah.
So they might still be able to get the name, but I mean, this
Yeah.
company just...
Yeah, the game was supposed to release soon, but now it's not going to release
Well,
until November.
They say soon. It's supposed to be
said
March or something
soon,
like
yeah.
that. But like no one's ever seen it running at all or in any length of time. The only thing they ever show is like we watched the video before the stream of like their like it was a studio tour, I guess, to show you how great it is to work there.
Yeah.
And by work I mean volunteer there.
Yeah.
And-
It's a weird thing. They call it volunteering.
Yeah.
So everyone's a volunteer. Even the pig workers are volunteers. I don't understand how that works because
Yeah.
that's not how it works. I mean, it's a company from Singapore, so maybe the translation isn't the
Yeah.
best. I don't know.
Well, as if watching that video, you didn't think this was just some cult bullshit that they whipped up to make it look like it's a good place to work.
I mean,
like, did
it
you
kind
see
of
the
did.
clip when they're all laughing together at dinner? Like, as if that wasn't
Yeah,
planned.
that was just thrown in.
Yeah.
Looked pretty fake.
So, where was I going here? I don't remember what my point was here.
Cult.
Yeah, just like no one's seen the game running. The most they've ever seen is like basically what the footage we saw in this cult video that they did of like showing you making a character and walking up to a house and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So some people are like saying like the game doesn't even exist. It's not even real or whatever. It's just a whole shit show. I remember when I saw the first, they did a like quick 30-second video on YouTube months or maybe a year ago saying like, oh, we have a culture of volunteer and everyone's a volunteer. And if you want to work for us, it's like volunteering and you volunteer your passion and time and everything like that. And it's just like, wow, is anyone getting paid for this here? Like, why the fuck would you go work on this game that you're not going to get paid for? I don't know. Maybe there's some
because
big
you have
promises.
passion.
Yeah, fuck that shit, man.
You have ambition.
If you're getting suckered into that, like, and you're not just straight out of high school, like, take a look in the mirror, man. If you're not getting paid for your time, just fucking hit the bricks.
Maybe they're, this is their passion project.
No.
They just, they got their regular 9 to 5 and then they come home
No.
and they just program all night. I love making assets.
Yeah, I guess so. I never thought of it that way. That's like those dipshits that got fired from Twitter and then Elon begged them to come back and fix the website he fucked up and then they fired him again. Like, imagine going back to Twitter. Or imagine like working at those stupid fucking hours they got over at Tesla where it's like, you just work until you die, basically. That's
until
just
you're tired.
That's just the culture over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the game's gone from Steam. Will it ever come back? Who knows? It could have been interesting.
I looked a lot. I looked through their website, dug through the press kit and all that kind of stuff. And they don't really have. They show gameplay in some of the videos of the press kit, but
Doesn't show anything.
Doesn't look like anything. I mean, it looks like a generic zombie post-apocalyptic survival.
Yeah, and how
game.
did it get to be the #1 most wishlist game on Steam?
I don't think it was.
It was.
Was it?
Yes.
Is there physical proof of that?
Not anymore because it's
Documented
deleted from
proof?
Steam, but
Are there screenshots that aren't doctored?
it was in the article I read from like Eurogamer or whatever. They said it was the most whitelisted game on Steam.
Why?
Or wishlisted. Well, that's the
Why?
thing. Was it just like a bunch of Steam bots?
Could be.
Did they hack Mikey T's account and add it to their
They
wish
might
list?
have. I should check my
Yeah.
wish list right
Like,
now.
who
See if it's on there
knows?
or was on there.
Yeah.
I mean, it should still show because there are games that are not on Steam that I had to remove from my wish list because you couldn't buy them anymore.
well, but this game has been removed from Steam.
I know they were removed from Steam as well.
But no, you can still download the game if you own it on Steam. They're just not for sale anymore.
It never came out, I don't think. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's a little different. This is like deleted from the whole
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, I have games on my wish list that never came out. Like for 5 years I had Dwarf Fortress on my wish list. It finally came out, but
Not after removing it first, right?
No, it stayed there.
There you go.
It was always there.
Yet you haven't bought it yet.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're just waiting for the kindly viewers,
No,
listener to
no,
ship
no,
it your
no,
way.
No,
as a
no.
gift.
No,
to
I'm
my
not.
friend Kurbstomped.
I'm not waiting for that. It's just like, when am I going to play it if I get it?
Exactly.
But I mean, if someone bought it for me, I'd have to play it immediately.
Yeah,
So,
you would have. You'd be obligated
I'd
to
be
play
obligated
it at least
to.
one session
Yeah,
on
exactly.
stream.
So I wouldn't turn it away anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, very fucking weird company. I would never work for them. Just
Yeah.
the whole video made it just even more so like, wow, this company is like really fucked up.
Yeah.
So don't work for Fantastic.
Don't work for Fantastic. Here's someone else you shouldn't work for. Stolen League of Legends source code being ransomed, and Riot Games won't pay.
So are we talking about Riot Games?
We're
shouldn't
talking
work
about
for?
Riot Games.
Why wouldn't you work for Riot Games?
Because they're the same as Blizzard, just awful, aren't they?
No, I
Didn't
don't
we
think
talk
so.
about
Well,
that?
a little bit, but
Didn't we talk about that like last year about their whole?
they're no Blizzard. Blizzard,
No, they're not Blizzard.
Blizzard
But there
sets the
was
bar.
there was the thing about sexual harassment and everyone being on strike.
Yeah, that's every gaming company though.
I suppose. But anyway, hackers went in, stole code for League of Legends, Teamfight Tactics, and the early version of their anti-cheat.
Oh yeah.
Riot's like, nah, we're not paying. They want 10 million. And then they said the hackers will remove the code from their servers and provide insight on how the breach occurred. There was a 12-hour deadline.
10 million, eh? That's
Yeah.
it.
And the hack would be made public. If
They never
didn't
pay
do it.
these ransoms. So,
Sometimes they do.
it's been a long time.
Sometimes they do.
been a long time.
And the ones that do pay, we don't hear about.
Yeah, I guess so.
But yeah, they stole the code, and they're worried that the cheats might be made because they have the anti-cheat source code.
Couldn't you sell the League of Legends source code to some company in Japan for more than or China for more than $10 million?
That's probably what they'll do.
Jeez Louise. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could make your own League of Legends now.
You could. You got the source code. But yeah,
Crazy.
they're kind of worried about people being able to, because they have it. They don't need to backwards engineer to make hacks. They have the code. They can just make the hacks based on that.
And that would suck balls.
Yeah, the team is pretty unconcerned about that. They're like, we'll catch them.
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course, that's what they say, but they're shitting their fucking pants right now. They are shitting their pants about this because they have to now ramp up probably their security team for working on defeating hacks and shit like that.
Probably. I don't know how... You don't hear about hacking in League of Legends that much.
Fucking why would you? Boring ass game.
Yeah, and what would you do?
I don't know.
Like just
crit every time? Maybe. I don't know. I'm sure they could make it so it sends different information back to the server. Like, oh yeah, I crit that on every attack there. Is there crits in that game?
Yeah. Oh, there was. I don't know if there still is. Yeah, maybe removing Fog of War for everyone.
Yeah, you can move speed hack something, walk through the wall,
hacks.
no clipping mode.
No clips. No clips.
You can capture a point from any point on the map instead of standing where you need to. I don't know how the game works. Fuck if I know. I don't know how that game works.
Yeah, super creeps, maybe?
Absolutely.
Huh.
Super dumper.
Just super creeps the entire time. Creeps are invincible.
Infinite XP. Best in slot item. Are any of these possible?
Yeah, I would imagine so, but I don't even know.
But I mean, is that a thing in the game? That's what I mean.
No.
Oh, damn it. That sucks. Yeah. It'd be interesting to know how they got in. Social engineering, probably.
Yeah, who knows? Probably.
It seems to be the way they usually get in.
That's how I got hacked.
You weren't socially engineered. Well, I guess you were a little bit.
A guy came up
but
to me.
usually social engineering is when they'll go in and they'll be like, hello, I'm Mikey T. I forgot my password. Oh, what's your birthday? Ooh, I think it's March 33rd. Ooh, so close. Oh, sorry. Yes, March 23rd. Oh, yes. Okay, that's correct. And then what's your phone number? Ooh, I have a new number, but I think it starts with 250. And that's how they do it.
Oh, there you go.
I don't have any socials, so I don't get socially engineered.
No
social interactions.
No social interactions.
Nope.
Yep.
Hermit style.
That's the way to do it.
Yep, absolutely.
In a way not to do things. Rick and Morty co-creator Justin Roiland faces felony domestic violence charges.
Oh, he's already been charged.
Yes, this was like in 2020, I think, wasn't it?
But it just came out now somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was just like someone finally was like, "Hey, look at that! That's that guy from that show," or what. But yeah, 2 years ago he was charged with beating his wife.
Yeah,
domestic assault or violence or something like that.
Yeah,
and then everyone was, he's got to go, so he's gone from everywhere.
There you go.
So,
I mean, maybe that joke just flew right over my head and I didn't get it. Was that supposed to be funny?
Which?
His domestic violence.
It's
supposed to be a super funny show, right? It's supposed to be smart and dumb people.
Well, I don't think
get it.
there's any domestic violence on the show.
No, but
he just likes that.
Maybe he thinks that this is a joke and people just don't get it.
Oh, maybe
because the show's too smart, so he's too smart. Don't domestically violence. Don't beat your significant other. Don't do it.
Exactly.
This is a warning.
Are you going to beat him?
Out there? I will get you.
So Adult Swim immediately was like, yeah, he's gone. We got rid of him. He's not allowed here anymore. He's off the show. We're going to continue without him. And it's just like, wow, they didn't even like wait a day or like a week to be like, well, will it blow over or,
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, it's not good. Domestic violence is bad, obviously. I shouldn't have to say that. But like, there must have been something about at work as well where they were like, yeah, finally, we can get rid of him. Because usually there'll be like at least a little bit of time where they'll be like, yeah, we're gonna conduct an investigation
Yeah.
or whatever. They're just like, no, he's gone.
Just get rid of him.
So there might have been something else, historic problems at work with something where they finally were like, yeah, we can get rid of him.
Yeah, potentially.
He's also gone from Squamch Games, the ones that did High on Life.
Yeah.
Apparently, I've never really watched Rick and Morty, but he's the voice of them both, so they're going to have to get someone to do the voice for them in the show, I guess.
Is the show still airing?
Yeah.
New episodes?
It just was renewed for 2 more seasons. They're going to continue going, but he apparently hasn't like really written for the show since like the first season, so it's not like it was his
baby
humor or whatever anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know whatever exactly is going on with it. And like, I mean, I don't know the whole story about what happened. Maybe he didn't domestically violence. I don't know. Maybe there was just, I don't know. It could be anything, really. I'm not saying I don't believe it. I do believe it. But like, all we know is like what was a kind of he said, she said situation.
Yeah.
Unless the cops witnessed him beating his wife or something like that. But also, there's different levels of it as well. They all fall under the same name, but
yeah,
could have been just holding her down or something like that. Again, it sounds like I'm being like, it's not that big of a deal. It is a big deal.
It's a huge deal, and you're not trying to support the man in any way.
No, I've never watched Rick and Morty, and I haven't played High on Life, and I don't care either way, really. But there's generally 2 sides to a story.
Yeah, for sure.
But whatever. I'm not like saying he should get his job back or anything like that, because I don't know the story, but no one will ever know the real story.
No, definitely not.
That's one thing is like all this stuff is like, you'll never know what actually happened. So everyone spins their story their own way. Do you think there's ever been like the world's most honest person?
Probably.
I don't think so.
They're dead now.
No, I don't think there's ever been anyone that something happened to where they told the full story honestly. There's always embellishment or changing the narrative so it makes you look better, or you look or the other person look worse.
Yeah.
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 Anyways,
Democrats.
I've heard of them.
They're coming for your Xbox. They're gonna take them away.
No.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna want a game at like 2 a.m, and they're gonna be like, "No, you don't get the game. Your Xbox is ours."
We don't have Democrats here, so it's okay.
No, yeah, we don't. So yeah, the Republicans are really mad that the woke brigade is coming to take your Xbox. There's been some changes to how the Xbox works. It's not a change that you can keep because you can toggle it on and off, but it's
so
for
stupid.
saving energy during peak hours in the day. So you can make sure your Xbox updates at like 2 a.m. instead of at like 3 p.m.
This is, oh my god, this is the stupidest fucking story of the millennium, I think. So it's a environmental thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we've just changed it, so rather than exactly what you said, rather than doing high energy usage times, we'll do it when it's less energy usage. It's better for the environment.
Yeah.
And certain right-wing pundits are spinning this as like the left coming for your guns, basically.
Yeah.
Because the last one was they're complaining about they're going to take away your gas stoves. That was the last thing they were talking about. And like, oh, you can't take my gas stove from me. The whole thing was like they wanted to have legislation that when you put in a gas stove, it has to have proper ventilation. So that somehow came into the thing where they're going to take your gas stove away from you. It's like, anyways, that's not what it, it's just so ridiculous. So this is like spun off of that, like, oh, the woke left and their environmental policies are coming to take your Xbox away from you. And it's like, oh my God, this is so stupid. But the stupidest thing about it is that it works.
Yeah.
People see it and they believe it. And it's just like, oh my God, why are we living in this era? How did this happen? I don't know.
Yeah, me neither. People just take a story, they read the first 3 lines.
Well, it's not even that.
And spin it whatever.
It's not even
way.
that. It's not that. It's like like Ted Cruz was tweeting about it. First of all, I apologize for Ted Cruz. It's our fault. He was Canadian. He abandoned his citizenship to become like the shittiest American of all time. But like he tweeted about it, and then people there's no critical thinking. They don't teach critical thinking at school.
No.
So no one ever thinks to be like, not even here, really. Like, I mean, I remember learning about critical thinking and talking about it in like 10th grade English or whatever. Mm-hmm. But that was just because the teacher was talking about critical thinking. I don't think it was part of the like agenda or whatever at school. So people don't learn anything about critical thinking. And that's a key, like you should be taught about critical thinking. Yes. I wish, man. Like, forget everything else. Fucking teach you about Pythagorean theorem. Fuck that shit. Tell me about critical thinking and teach them about how to do taxes and what a bank account is and how interest rates work and like how to read a bus schedule. Like all this stuff.
School is there to help you with the rest of your life.
No, it's not.
It's supposed to be, but
it should be, but it's not.
The basic stuff. They don't teach you the basics.
Like, okay, we learned about the Magna Carta. I've never used that in my day-to-day life, ever. Ever. But I learned all about the Magna Carta, and it's like, okay, history's important. Yeah, but like, anyways.
There's no life skills being taught unless you're taking home ec.
And even here's we're going to learn how to bake a pie. Like, no, teach me how to like fucking, I don't know, make a salad. Like, I don't need how to make a pie. Even then, sex ed class taught you nothing. Like, it's like, here, use a condom. You can get a disease. Yeah. The end. Nothing else. Did you learn about body autonomy or like?
Yep.
I don't remember learning any of that shit.
Yeah.
In sex ed class. No, I don't remember that. What the difference between yes and no means. I don't remember learning any of that shit.
I'm not entirely sure we did.
No.
It was just autonomy, how babies are made, where they come from. There's no Stark. Spoiler alert.
Yeah. The penis goes in the vagina. When a mommy and daddy are feeling very loving to each other. Anyways. What are we talking about? Yeah. So because there's no critical thinking, people read this. They don't investigate it at all after that.
Yeah.
Like, how many times have you read something and be like, I'm going to do my own little look into this and see what's going on. And then be like, oh, okay. Like, it's kind of correct, but also not correct at all at the same time.
Yeah.
So that's just the nature of, I blame Twitter.
Probably.
It's Twitter, basically.
Yeah. You can't do a deep dive on Twitter.
Basically, if you look at Facebook and Twitter, anything like terrible that's happened since they came out is directly because of Twitter. Like, really?
Yeah.
Like, would there be President Trump without Twitter?
Nope.
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
Would there be Elon Musk without Twitter?
Probably.
Yeah, but we would have never heard of him.
Yeah, we would.
No, how?
Tesla.
No,
PayPal.
What? We would know, like, oh, the CEO of Tesla? Who's the CEO of Nabisco?
I don't know.
Exactly. You would have no idea because he's not on Twitter.
No, but Nabisco also hasn't revolutionized the electric car industry.
Okay, well, like, who's the CEO of GM or Toyota or any of these companies?
Well, we would have known back in the 20s when they were first started.
Okay. But, like, the only reason we know... Again, Elon Musk didn't start Tesla. He bought Tesla. So even him, he didn't read whatever you said about electric cars. It wasn't him. It was some other guy. I fucking hate Elon Musk, man. He's such a turd. But yeah, it's just no critical thinking. The Xbox, don't worry. Your Xbox is bad for the environment. It's staying bad for the environment. Yeah. Don't worry about it. It'll be okay.
You can toggle it on and off.
Yeah, but even still, like, think of like how much energy and shit goes into making that fucking plastic piece of shit box you got.
Yep.
Shipping it over from China on a cargo ship. How much engineering time went into it. How much power it uses. How much pollution is made to make the discs, to run the server. Don't worry, you're wrecking the environment.
Doesn't matter what you do. You're wrecking the environment.
It's fine.
Good speaking of Microsoft wrecking things, Microsoft lays off all its VR, mixed reality, and HoloLens employees.
Yes. So is this what Microsoft sees the state of VR and shit like that? Or is this because Microsoft was trying to sell like HoloLens and shit like that as a military application and the order didn't come through?
I am
That's
not
the rumor.
entirely sure.
That's the rumor is that HoloLens was really being pumped towards like defense
Military,
contractors and military stuff like that. And they couldn't get it working. So the orders never came through. So they were like, all right, we're out of here. I also think it is the condemnation of VR. Like, what beyond... I know, like, Metaverse, they really were like, oh, you're going to be at your desk in Metaverse doing your work. And it's like, does anyone want that besides Mark Zuckerberg? Like, I don't know anyone clamoring to be in a VR helmet at work.
No, me neither.
So Microsoft does make some bad calls sometimes with their stuff. So maybe this is a bad call, shit canning everybody. But you know what? They have a lot of analytics and stuff telling them what is going on, and it's not adding up for them too.
Yeah.
So otherwise they would have just shit canned, 2/3, 3/4, half, not all. So, or maybe they're just seeding that market. Maybe they're just like, yeah, we'll leave that to Facebook with Oculus and whatever.
Yeah. And
we'll build the operating system that Metaverse runs on.
Could be.
Yeah.
But they are laying off about 10,000 employees in the near future.
They did that already.
Have they?
Yeah, I think this article is from last week here. So,
18th of January, they were saying they were talking about it.
Yeah, so I think they did that last week where they laid a bunch of people off. But all those tech companies did fucking massive hirings during COVID.
Yeah, and now there's been massive layoffs everywhere.
And everywhere's laying off everybody like crazy, so no surprises there.
Yes.
HoloLens looked kind of cool. Did you ever see a HoloLens demo?
I had not seen a HoloLens demo.
The only one I saw was at E3, maybe 3-4 years ago. They did a Minecraft HoloLens demo where they didn't have like the actual, it was still like prototype. So they had this giant like HD camera with all these cables and shit coming out of it that was going to like the monitor, and it was showing how they could. It was a VR HoloLens combo demo they did where they had them in VR and they're running around Minecraft, and they had the mixed reality projection of the Minecraft chunk they were in that you could see, and then the guy with the camera, he could like put the camera through the VR projection, the mixed reality projection, and like go through the blocks into the Minecraft. It was very cool, but I was just like, what purpose does this serve? So I think the idea with the HoloLens was you could use it like if you're working on a plane, you could put on the goggles and have like a giant representation of a plane and be like, okay, where's that cable I need? And like stick your head in and look around and everything like that. And then you would be able to like transfer that knowledge to the real plane or whatever.
Yeah.
So it looked cool, but I was just like, how would you ever want to do that in a game? I don't understand. So
yeah, a lot of that mixed reality stuff, I think that's purely just for work, for working on stuff.
Unless you're playing, damn it, I can't think of what that game is called from the PlayStation. The PS3 card game.
PS3 card
with
game.
the camera.
Oh yeah, I Have Judgment.
I Have Judgment. Yeah.
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 Sucks for them, but
it definitely does.
I mean, they got Microsoft on their resume. They'll get a job.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. That's on your resume is pretty good.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Next up.
Yes.
Wizards of the Coast. We talked about the D&D licensing changes that they wanted to bring in with their for their their gaming stuff, and they've completely retreated from the license change.
Yeah, it was pretty stupid what they were doing. Like, they're working on 6th edition. They want to sell more books and all that shit. So they wanted to get rid of the old open gaming license from like 3.0 days and have a new one where they take like money and blah, blah, blah from everyone. And everyone was rioting in the streets about it. It's so fucked up. Like, I know why they want to do it. They want the money, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
But like, sure, 6th edition, make a new open gaming license. Do whatever the fuck you want with. No one's making anything for 6th edition.
Yeah.
Don't retroactively fuck everyone over.
Yeah.
So basically everyone, and this is the same thing that happened when 4th edition was coming out, where everyone was like, no, fuck you. Like, they had their 4th edition open gaming license. Everyone hated it. I don't think many people made a lot of stuff for 4th edition because the open gaming license sucks so bad. And then 5th edition came out and they went back on it, and then they're trying it again. It's just the same cycle every time. This really fucked them in the long run, because now I think everybody's going to be, they're moving away from D&D.
Yeah.
Like Paizo, I don't know how to pronounce them. They could do Pathfinder. They announced they're going to do their own open gaming license called Orc. And like thousands of these companies that do D&D books are like, yeah, we signed on. We're going to do it for them too. And like their sales skyrocketed. Like they said they sold out of their Pathfinder recent printing. That was supposed to last them 8 months. It lasted like 2 months because they sold out. So they have to go back to press again. And it's just like D&D or Wizards of the Coast really fucked up doing this one here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So they totally backtracked and were like, no, it's cool, everybody. You can still do it. Don't run away. But it might be too late. Back. I get that D&D is like the #1 name in RPGing, but like there's nothing there that you can't get anywhere else.
That's true.
Like orcs and dwarves and shit. You can get that anywhere.
Can't copyright orcs and dwarves.
You can copyright a hobbit though, but you can call him a halfling and it's okay.
Yeah. Is halfling D&D though?
I think that's the name they took to get around the Hobbit. I think, but I might be wrong. Yeah, I was always weird that it's always like, oh, we have to play D&D. It's like, I don't know, man. Do I have to blow my nose with a Kleenex? Like,
I can blow my nose with a tissue paper of whatever I please.
Yeah, so
including my sleeve.
Yeah. That's in like dire emergencies right there.
Yeah.
Especially a t-shirt.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with this and where it goes from now on. I was not really called out on YouTube, but we had a YouTube comment on the last time we talked about D&D where someone said like Kurbstomped is so wrong about this. There's no half dragons in D&D. They're dragonborn that have dragon-like traits. And it's like, okay, yes, I know I fucked up. And I said that. I don't know that much about 5th edition. But my complaint wasn't that it was a half dragon. It was like, that's not fantasy to me as something for D&D. It's too much. All the sexual shit. Well, no, it's not. Did I say sexual shit? That's not what I meant.
I mean, it is sexual shit.
But it's
like,
like,
gonna breed with a dragon.
I'm used to Lord of the Rings, fantasy, dwarf, halfling, human, elf, half elf.
Yeah.
Even 3rd edition when it came out and they're like, you can be a half orc. I was like, oh, I don't know. I don't think so. So it's just too modern for my sensibilities, I guess.
Yeah, so. I'm just used to Coalition Soldier, Glitter Boy, Juicer.
Oh, we got a Riffs boy here. Okay, well, if you want to talk about overpowered, then we'll talk about Riffs for sure. I'm a vagabond. I'm a Glitter Boy. Oh, fuck.
I do 3d6 times 10 mega damage with my shot.
Exactly.
I do 1d6 SDC.
Exactly.
Great.
Exactly.
Here's something else that's great. It's not really.
Okay.
Blizzard manager departs in protest of employee ranking system.
Yeah, imagine going to work and getting your ranking on a bell curve.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Right? It's like, hey, can you please rank all of your employees for me? And, your S tier employees and your F tier employees. I just need them all on a chart, please.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I don't have enough B rankings to give out. Sorry, this guy's got to be a C. It's like, what the fuck? That's so fucked up. I do hear that all the time, though. Or hear like on Reddit, and you'll hear people talking about their, they'll be doing rankings for work as a manager, and they'll hand in their thing to the supervisor, and be like, no, you can't get a 5. It's like, well, why not? It's like, well, you can't have a perfect score. It's impossible to have a perfect score. Something has to be wrong. It's like, no, everything was perfect. No, you can't have a 5. The best you can ever get is 4. It's like, what's the fucking even point in doing a ranking if you can't get? Can you get a 1? Like, could you get the worst score? No, there's no way you can be the worst.
If there's
you can't
no way
be a 1.
If there's no way you can be the best, then there's no way you can be the worst.
You can't get a 1 then.
Yeah.
The minimum is 2 to 4.
Yeah.
Like you can't get anything in between. So anyways, they had a ranking on there that there had to be on the bell curve basically.
Yeah.
Where you have very few top people and very few bottom people, and everyone was in the middle, right? But when he went to do it, or she, I don't even know, it was like, nope. There's not enough space left. Someone's got to be dropped down a rank. It's just like, wow. So,
I thought it was everyone when they asked them to do it. They were just like S tier, everyone.
oh, maybe, I don't know.
I think that's what it was, and they were like, "You can't do that." And then he's like, "Okay, I'm out of here then."
Okay, well, that's a little different then. If it's that way, then you're just an idiot. But if it's like what? Anyways, if it's a matter of that's part of your job as like a supervisor.
Yeah.
Is to, you want to have the best doing their job. But if you just say like everyone's an S, like, come on, seriously? I thought it was more like, well, they probably did have to grade it on a bell curve, but he just didn't want to do it at all.
Yeah.
That's like participation. You just get your ribbon.
Yeah.
GG, good for you. You did a good job. Everyone does a good job. I don't know, man. I don't like that.
No, me neither.
I'd prefer it like to be told like, this is what you can improve and this is where you excel and whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I guess every company's culture is different, but it's very weird anyways. But you also don't want to be cruel.
No, you don't want to be cruel, but you need to know where to put your people in order to make them work effectively. And if you needing to grade them so that you know where they need to go to be the most effective at their job, then that's got to happen. At
my work, they would, we haven't done them in forever, but they would do like evaluations once a year. And I remember my boss, the owner, would be like, oh, there was this thing that you did. You shouldn't do that. And I'd be like, what? I didn't do that. And they'd be like, oh, yeah, you did this or whatever. And I'd be like, well, when? And be like, oh, well, sometime this happened. I'd be like, well, why didn't you say anything then? Because I don't remember this. Telling me this now doesn't do anything for me. Like, I need to know, like, that what immediately when it happens, you know? Like, waiting a year later and being like, this big date in the past, this happened. It's like, well, what the fuck? I don't know.
Yeah, I'd be like, what are you talking about? I don't remember doing that at all.
Anyways.
It's like, oh, yeah, we should have disciplined you for that, but we didn't.
Well, not even disciplined. It'd just be like, oh, you did this wrong. It's like, I don't remember doing that wrong. It's like, well, you did. But, well, when? Like, what specifically? Oh, well, back sometime in the distant past. And it's like, well, why didn't you tell me I fucked it up right then? Like,
I think you're making this up.
I mean, I'm sure he remembered it as that it did happen, but the specifics were gone. But it's like, why didn't you tell me right then?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways, if you are just like everyone's an S, you deserve to be fired.
He didn't get fired. He just left.
Yeah, well, I think if he's leaving over that, there's some other story here we're not hearing because no one quits over that.
Yeah.
That's so stupid. You're going to have to do it. Oh, I resign. What? Okay. See you later then, buddy. So ridiculous.
Yeah. I can't actually read the article because it's not this article anyway.
Why not?
Because you need to be
it's a
logged
Bloomberg.
In. It's a Bloomberg.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
There's another one that I couldn't find that I read where that's what he was talking about.
Okay.
So.
Well, that sounds like there's something else going on there.
Yeah.
Like he was looking for an excuse to get out of there. Or
Could be.
she, I don't know. That's ridiculous. Just wanted a vacation.
It could be.
Whatever.
Yes. All right, guys. That's going to bring us to the end of this episode 114 of the StreamVoid podcast. If you liked what you heard here, and I know you did, please leave us a comment. Rate us and share us with a friend, because that's the best way for this podcast to get out there into your other people's ear holes, and that's where we want them. I mean, sometimes it goes to their eyeballs, but
yes.
That's if you're watching it live or on the cut-up version on YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah. And yes, don't forget patreon.com/StreamVoidPod. Get in there, support the stream, and watch all of our bonus content.
Or listen to it. I think you can only listen to it.
No, you can watch it as well.
Oh, wow.
All the Patreon bonus videos that we got.
Oh, those ones.
Yes.
I thought you were talking about me eating before every podcast.
Oh, no, you can only listen to that.
Oh, perfect. ASMR.
Yeah. All right, we will see you guys again in 1 week's time.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Who do we got here? Oh, Master showed up.
Master did show up.
You're a brave man for giving a try that 90s show? Yes. I never noticed that about not calling them zombies. I remember there was one movie, I think it was Shaun of the Dead, where they called them zombies, and I was like, what? What are they doing calling them zombies? I just woke up. I'm on Bobby time.
Bobby time.
That's for sure.
Bobby time.
Master. Nothing is real. The Pope doesn't exist. Art is a lie.
Art is a lie. Artisanal lie.
He was messaging minors too. Oh, that's right too. Yeah. Well, they knew about it since then, but the public didn't know, so they had no reason to fire him. Played VR for about an hour and I almost puked. Nacho! Welcome in. You got to play with a HoloLens? Knew someone who was a programmer, and he got an early version. We got to play with it. Some of the use cases he was telling us, we're talking about being able to see where pipes and wires are in a building, that or under a street, or doctor scans being overlaid the body. Oh, yeah. We did used to be graded on a bell curve when we were in elementary school, but we didn't know any better, so we couldn't complain about it. But imagine being graded on a bell curve at work. That'd be fucked up, dude. Like, imagine you had, like, the primo people in your department. Like, the best 20 in the world.
Yeah.
But you had to grade them on a bell curve. I mean, obviously, that's best case scenario, but, like...
Yeah.
That's messed up, dude. Dude, that's messed up, dude.
It's messed up, dude.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to grab a snack and pee and stuff.
Mikey T is going to take his classic Mikey P. We're going to do Weebus Plebus shortly. Chainsaw Man, episodes 1, 2, and 3 were watched by me and Mikey T33. They're short episodes, I got to say. They're not nearly as long as Arcane's episodes. Those were mucho longo, daddy-o. Yeah. Has anyone watched Chainsaw Man in their lifetime? I subscribed to Crunchyroll to watch it. You like the vid I sent you, Zaddy? Curb is Zaddy. Like the BCW video? Did you edit that? Was that a Master of None edited joint? It's on Hulu. Is it really? Crazy. Seen it on Hulu? So you haven't watched it? Yeah, I edited it. Yeah, it was good. I liked it. It was good. How long did that take for you to do? Seemed like it took a long time. It's raw science. I'm going to watch it. It looked interesting. Chainsaw. Well, we're going to talk about Chainsaw Man here shortly. He is a chainsaw man for sure. Chainsawing it up. To be honest, not long, but I had to do homework. Oh. So you're an editor now? I'd say like 4 hours probably. Crazy. Is that going to go on Tiny's channel or what's the deal with it? Excuse me, sorry. He was pretty pumped in that video, I gotta say. He was getting into the BCW. You'd rather edit? Really? You don't want to make content? It's not too bad. The ending is funny AF. He had the hype going, that's for sure. At first, all I saw in a message from you was Discord, and it was just had like these random letters and numbers and shit. That's all I could see on my like home screen of my phone, and I was like, uh-oh, what is this? And I was like, oh, I see. Now I think I like the behind the scenes stuff. That's too bad. Mikey knows what you look like. Sexy bitch. Look like a sexy bitch. What time is it? 1:40. Getting a little peckish. I had breakfast, but it's past lunch now. I'm gonna need to eat something. Sometime. I can hear my jacket. Is it? No, it's not falling off. What the fuck? Mikey's backpack is back there. I'm rubbing on it. Let's look at some TikToks while I wait. Nothing new to see on TikTok. So how much do your editing how much is your editing fee? Master of none. How much do you charge by the hour? The nun of the master. Yep. The master of all. How did you get that name? Were you like watching the Netflix show? And you're like, I'm going to name myself that. Or was there something else? Where the name came from. Oh my god. Some of these Twitch commercials they're playing for me are just ridiculous. Like they're playing like commercials for like premium luxury brands. Probably named herself after the expression. Master of none. Welcome back, Frank. It's good to see you. Meow. Frankie, baby. Franklin. Yes, I'm talking to you. Do 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 do. You gonna come up here or what? Not today. Well, come on up then.
Not today, son.
Well, come on. Let's go. Yeah.
Didn't have a lot to snack on. It's
Here we go.
unfortunate.
Ooh. Look at Mikey. What do you see? What? What do I see? Is that what you're asking me? Frank, your paws are cold. Were you outside? Frankie.
He probably was.
Frankie, were you outside? Paws are cold. I see a sexy bitch.
Ooh, yeah, baby.
Frank wants a back rub.
Always does.
What a guy. Why don't you rub my back for a change?
That's not how cats work.
What a guy.
Try. It's a good try.
He's like, I've had enough of your rubbing.
He's had enough of the rubbing.
He's like, I'm out of here.
Let's go.
I see the president that was in Monsters vs. Aliens. Oh. What does that look like? Let's see here. President Monsters vs. Aliens. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. This guy's wearing a suit, though.
I'm known to wear a suit. Here and there.
Really?
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can see the resemblance.
That's nice. I like that. Pretty good. No, you've known to wear a short coat with a tie. Is that a truth?
Tiny coat, nipples only.
Really? So what? That only the nipples are exposed, or only the nipples are covered?
Well, it just goes down that far, you know.
Why? Why would you wear that coat?
I don't know.
Short coat equals vest. I don't think I've seen a vest either.
I've got quite a few.
Maybe in a MikeyT33 show profile picture. Is there a vest in that?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Frankie, baby. How am I supposed to rub you if you keep moving your fucking face around, dude?
Right?
There you go.
All right.
Short coat equals vest. So we got to remember to say that where we are from.
Yeah, I've got it all. I've got it all in the outline here.
I'm back. My phone died. Okay, before we continue, I have to ask Master.
Okay.
What is your rate per hour? Master.
Her rate per hour?
Yeah.
For what?
Editing.
Oh. She gonna edit like
nudes?
Oh, nudes.
How many nudes
Easy.
per hour? How many nudes per hour?
Easy.
And whose nudes do they have to be?
Frank nudes.
Frank, let me get a picture of your hog. Your ear's cold, Frank. Is there something in your ear? Toe picks every 30 minutes? That's it? 200 nudes minimum per hour? Toe picks every 30 nudes every hour. Oh my god. That's crazy. Okay, well, that's not a legitimate answer. One toe or all toes in each pic? Just one toe, the big toe. Don't tell her how easy it is to find nudes on the internet. Exactly.
Yeah, we won't.
Just the big toe exposed outside of the Crocs. All the other toes are inside the Croc, and then the big toe is outside the Croc.
There's a picture of that.
All toes to both feet. Oh, damn. That's crazy. Big toe outside the Croc. You know, like the shoe, the Croc.
Yeah, like the, oh, is that even an emote right now?
The Croc with the cookies on it.
The cookie
stuff?
croc toe?
Cookie Croc toe. Yeah. That's a good one. I don't know.
No, it's not. Not in here. I think it is in the Discord.
Let me see here. Nope. I don't see it. I'm looking for it right here. I can't find it. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Oh, it's a bit emote?
Oh, I haven't donated enough biddies for that?
Oh my god. Oh, look at that. MikeyT9, oh no.
Haven't even donated enough biddies to use the emote that I made.
Baby content right there. The old baby content.
For 1K?
Mm-hmm.
What? Haven't I already done more than that?
Apparently not.
All right, I gotta go to this master of none channel and see how many things I've donated.
Uh-oh.
Many biddies.
Offline donation time.
Incoming. Incoming.
You need some croc toe cookie emotes.
Croc toe cookie emotes. Ooh.
Wow.
Right?
Excuse me.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's dipshit.
What a dipshit.
Mikey, next Mikey streak, 7 years. I got 1K Mikey and 1K Curb. Kurbstomped. Ooh. Thank you, Master. I wish there was like a way to have it so for gifted subs count as somehow towards biddies. Because I'd usually do subs, not biddies. Usually. I was Googling Weebus Plebus the other day.
Uh-huh.
By the other day, I mean the other month. And not much came up. There's like some Japanese thing that has Plebis on it or something like that. And then there was a Twitter account that said like I could just read the thing on Google, and it was like, what should we talk about on the next Weebus Plebis? And it was like some Twitter account I'd never heard of.
Oh.
And I was like, what the fuck? Like, something's going on here. So I clicked on it, and I was like, oh, this is like Briscoe's Twitter. And he like retweeted a tweet from way back in the day.
Huh.
It's like, oh my God. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Frank is a shoulder cat, not a lap cat. He's something else, that's for sure. Chainsaw Man episode 1, 2, 3. Should have been like episode 1 through 6.
Yeah.
So they're like 20 minutes each. Which 3 episodes are Arcane, and that's like,
Yeah, I mean, we can ramp it up to that.
man, we'll see how we feel after this here.
Yeah.
After we do the Weebus.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the internet.
Ooh.
Of the internet? Let me redo that.
Internet.
Ladies and gentlemen of the internet, welcome to Weebus
Ooh.
Plebis. I am Mikey T, and of course, across from me is Kurbstomped.
Hello.
I am the Weeb. I watch anime. I've watched anime my whole life,
Yes,
and Kurb is the plebe.
it's true.
He's watched one anime his whole life, up until this moment where now he's being forced to watch
I've been
animes.
forced. I watched Pokemon and some Astro Boy. That's about it. Not much else.
Not much else. You can, we have a Patreon.
Yes.
And it's on another Patreon channel, StreamVoid Pod, which is our
Yep.
other podcast. And if you want to support this podcast, you can hop on over to there to patreon.com/StreamVoidPod.
Yep.
And that's a good way to get in there and support this podcast as well as the other podcast. And this podcast came about because we hit a goal on the other podcast,
Yes.
on StreamVoid Pod, to do this podcast.
Yeah, and if you want to hear this podcast early, sign up on the Patreon.
You have to.
Well, to hear it early, anyways.
Yeah, to hear it
You
early.
can wait and hear it for free. but That's
You
like
sure
pleb
can.
style,
Yes, it is.
or plebis style, I guess.
So the first anime, well, we watched before we spun this show off on another, onto its own thing.
Yeah.
We had watched a variety of animes and talked about them.
Yes.
But now it's its own thing.
It's his own show.
And the first official anime that we watched wasn't even an anime.
Yes.
It was Arcane on Netflix.
League of Legends.
Just kind of ease everyone into it, because that show is fantastic. Can't say anything bad about it.
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. I recommend it, even if you don't know a lick about League of Legends. You
Yeah.
don't need to.
You don't need to. It's a great show. It stands up on its own, and it's highly, highly watchable.
Yes.
And so, our second show that we're going to be talking about on this series that has been spun off
Uh-huh.
is Chainsaw Man,
Yes.
which is, I think it's just finished airing, so we're able to watch the entire season.
I don't know if it's finished yet. I can't. When I signed up for Crunchyroll, there were still new episodes coming out because one had just come out like that day, I think, when I signed up for Crunchyroll. But it might be done by now. But we watched episode 1, 2, and 3
Yes.
of the anime.
Yeah. So, it is, of course, based on a manga, and the manga was written by Tatsuki Fujimoto.
Mhm.
And he has not really done anything other manga that I know of, that I've read or even heard about anyway. It was first published December 3rd in 2018, and there are 13 volumes in season 1.
Okay.
There's only the first season so far of this manga.
Really?
Yeah.
So, like, is it one volume is one episode?
No, one volume. One volume should be one episode. That's usually how they do
Crazy.
it.
Wow.
So the Japanese version is published by Shueisha, and Shueisha has been around since 1968. They have a weekly manga magazine named Weekly Shonen Jump, and it was originally published in that as like a weekly publishing.
Yeah, that's crazy how they do that in
Yeah.
Japan.
And Shueisha also published a lot of famous magazines. They published a Japanese Playboy, Japanese 17,
Big fan of
Japanese
Playboy.
Cosmopolitan. So they've been publishing magazines and a lot of famous magazines for quite some time. The English version is published by Viz Media, who have just a ton of manga underneath their belt, including Bleach, Food Wars, Hunter x Hunter, and One Punch Man. And like I said, it ran in the Weekly Shonen Jump, and currently has 23 million copies of the manga in circulation.
Is that the compilation book?
No, this is I'm not entirely sure if that's the compilation book or if it's the actual hard manga. If it is 23 million copies in circulation. In 2021, it was the 7th best-selling manga series.
Okay, so they must be publishing it outside of
I think
Shonen
so.
Jump
I think
as
they
well.
Are. I think they are. The manga has won the best manga 2 years in a row at the Harvey Awards, which is an American comic book-based awards.
Okay.
And that's the manga.
And it was very popular.
Very popular.
And as that happens to translate into animes.
Yes. So the animation was animated by MAPPA, which was founded in 2011 by ex-Madhouse co-founder Sayo Maruyama.
Sure.
Yeah. And Madhouse is noted for publishing or animating One Punch Man, No Game, No Life, High School of the Dead, Chobits, and quite a few others. They were also involved in the first Beyblade series, as well as Cardcaptor Sakura.
Okay. Beyblades. Nice.
Yeah. There's a little bit of a controversy going on with MAPPA right now, where some people are complaining that their animators aren't paid enough.
I mean, is anyone paid enough?
Probably not.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a little bit of a controversy that's going on with them currently. And so what they've put out, MAPPA themselves, that I've seen anyway, Dorohedoro, which is a super good Netflix exclusive. I think it's Netflix exclusive. There's only one season of that. Really waiting for the next season of that to come out. That might be one we should watch.
Okay.
Because it's very interesting.
All right.
The Rage of Bahamut series was animated by them. And the final season of Attack on Titan was also, the 3 parts of the final season of Attack on Titan was animated by them. Which is pretty interesting. So I can kind of see. So the screenplay was written by Hiroshi Seko, who has won multiple Crunchyroll Anime Awards for his
the
writing.
Esteemed Crunchyroll Anime Awards.
I mean, it's a new thing that's happened. One for Attack on Titan. He wrote Attack on Titan, like the original Attack on Titan. Well, the screenplay for it in 2013.
Wait, that's been around that long?
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy. And he's also written this. And now that I know that, I can kind of see similarities in the way things are done. Things are framed.
Okay.
He also did the screenplay for Mob Psycho 100, which won won Best Action Series in 2016, and had an Anime of the Year nomination. Also did Jujutsu Kaisen. Haven't heard about it, but it won Anime of the Year in 2020. And of course, Dorohedoro, which is fantastic, and that's was animated for Anime of the Year and Best Fantasy. Other than that, voice actors. I don't know. I didn't. Nobody really stood out to me
for the Japanese or the English.
For the Japanese.
I mean, I wouldn't know anybody really.
I didn't really poke through the English just because I don't tend to watch anime in English. So
rookie.
I always watch it in Japanese.
I did.
Subs.
I watched I watched it twice. I watched it in Japanese and then in English this morning.
Oh, here you go.
Just to see how they did, see how it worked out and everything like that. So, yeah, I mean, I generally watch it subtitled. I don't usually watch it dubbed because I don't know. I find the dubs usually are not the best,
Yeah, for sure.
So, but I wanted to refresh myself, so I was like, okay, I'll just do it this way anyways. So.
Yeah, I watched them all on Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
I watched 2 on Friday and 1 on Saturday. So.
Oh, okay. I thought by all you meant you watched the whole series.
No, just the 3 episodes that we were watching right now.
And you have never watched it before?
I have not seen it before. My wife has perused it and watched it all, except for the episodes that hadn't come out yet.
Okay.
And so what is Chainsaw Man?
Yeah,
Who
what
is Chainsaw Man? What is this show all about? What is the world like?
I'll tell you what I knew of Chainsaw Man before we started to watch Chainsaw Man.
All right.
and I was like, this is a man that has a chainsaw for a head.
Is that all you knew?
That's all I knew.
That's literally all I knew as well.
I didn't know he had him on his arms. I just knew he had him on his head.
I'm not entirely sure if I knew he had him on his arms. I had not heard too much about this other than, it's very popular right now. And one of the workmates was like, hey, yeah, you should watch this. You'll like it.
I had seen like a lot of posts on the like popular page of Reddit about Chainsaw Man, but I never look at any of that shit.
Yeah.
So I didn't know what was going on with it, but I just knew like it must be popular because it's just like when I always see like the friggin' JoJo's Bizarre Adventure like subreddits making to the front page. It's like, okay, that's popular, but I don't know anything about it. So, yeah, he's a chainsaw man. That's all I knew. I knew nothing else about it.
Yeah.
But it's about a guy named
Denji,
who's just like, I don't want to see. He's just like a bum, basically.
Yeah, he's just a street kid.
He's obviously a below average intelligence. Or maybe that's just because he never goes to school. Maybe he's not below average intelligence. He just he doesn't know anything.
He doesn't know anything. He never went to school. His father committed suicide due to having to just being in debt with the mob.
Yes. And he somehow the mob bequeathed his debt to him when he was like 7 years old. And he has to pay it off. So he's been doing that his whole life, basically.
Yeah. So this world is kind of like a Neo Tokyo. It's there's demons that kind of run around and devils. And
I don't know. When I picture Neo Tokyo, I picture like futuristic cyberpunk sort of. This is just like Tokyo with demons.
Yeah.
Kind of like it gave
alternate Tokyo.
So before like the actual show starts going, they have the little intro.
Yeah.
Which is, why are they always so long on anime?
I don't know. They just are.
You watch like Family Guy or American Dad, the intro's like 20 seconds, sing a song, it's over. Like every anime, it's like 2 or 3 minutes. I guess it's just to like eat up airtime so they don't have to animate as much.
Yeah.
But it's always so long. But I watched the intro and it was like, gave me very much Persona vibes.
Oh.
Where that's kind of what, Persona is about demons, basically. But you're not a demon. You're summoning demons to do your bidding. Do they call them demons in Persona? Maybe they don't call them demons.
I'm not entirely sure.
But when they're all like in their little, like, I didn't know any better when they show them in the start and they're wearing their little suits and ties. Like, I don't know. Maybe they're going to school. I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's what it is in Persona. They're always wearing their little school uniform and then they go and they fight demons or whatever. So I was like, wow, this has got big time Persona vibes. The other thing in the intro that I noticed is there's a scene when they're bowling and Denji is cleaning his bowling ball.
Yeah.
And he's got it in the sheet and he's just like, and I was just like, wow, is that supposed to be like a reference to the Jesus from The Big Lebowski? Because he kind of had the same pose as the Jesus when he's cleaning his bowling ball.
Could be.
But other than that, the characters have no like similarity really. So I was just like, maybe it was just something they thought looked cool or whatever.
Yeah, maybe. So the intro song is called Kickback, and it's by Kenshi Yonezu, and he also did the theme song for My Hero Academia.
Okay, I've not heard that.
No, yeah, I guess you haven't. We never watched that, and I really like this intro song. It's pretty good.
It was fine. So, I'll mention it now. I've been watching as well on Crunchyroll. I got to get my money's worth out of it. I was like, let me watch some Initial D here. And Initial D has one of the worst intro songs I've ever heard. So like comparing it to Chainsaw Man, it's a lot more interesting. But the one thing I will say is there's no translation to the intro song. So I have no idea what they're singing about.
Yeah.
Like every other time I've seen an anime with subtitles, it'll tell you what the lyrics are. But I have no fucking idea what's going on with this.
Yeah, some of them do, some of them don't.
Everyone I've seen, they've shown it.
Yeah.
Like Initial D has the translation on it, and like it is fucking nonsensical. And it also, apparently, it's not called Initial D because between each section of the show and the commercial break, it has the logo comes in and some Japanese guy goes, Initial D. So, but yeah, I was like, what is he singing about? I don't know. I'm assuming it's about chainsawing people, maybe fondling boobs. I don't know. I would have to guess at this point. So
Yes.
I speak very limited Japanese.
I mean, there's a lot of talk about fondling boobs in the first 3 episodes
Yes.
here.
Oh, yeah.
Denji, of course, being a 16-year-old street kid, has never touched boobs or had any kind of relations with
Or talk
the
to a
opposite
girl.
sex. Yes.
Why are his teeth like that? Is that an anime trope that I don't understand?
I
or?
believe it to be an anime trope that you don't understand. I think it's because he's a demon.
No, but he wasn't a demon.
No, he wasn't a demon then.
He was just a human with like sharp ass teeth.
And those are usually like the crazy kids.
Is that what that means?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because one guy from one of the main antagonists from My Hero Academia, one of like
Has
school
sharp
kids
teeth?
has sharp teeth.
So that's probably just like he's like a outlaw kid, basically.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, I was just like, okay, he's not a demon yet, but he has like these pointy ass vampire teeth. So I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
So
when his father passes and he's at his father's grave on top of a hill, he meets a demon called Pochita.
Yes.
Who has been injured, and Denji's just like, oh, you can take my blood
Yeah.
and heal yourself.
So,
it doesn't matter to me. I don't care.
It's an anime, whatever. But
Yeah.
like, he's like, heal yourself, drink my blood.
Yeah.
So Pochita's like, okay, I'll do it. And then as soon as he bites him, he's like, ha! Now you've signed a contract with me. And I was like, I don't think that's how it works. I don't think you could like
I help you,
force him
you help
onto this
me.
here. You're supposed to negotiate beforehand.
Yeah.
But anyways, they become the best of buds.
Yes. Pochita is a super cute
Chainsaw
dog who is
demon.
also a chainsaw. Has a chainsaw blade sticking out of his head and a handle on his back and on his butt.
So I know that the demons are based off of like things like you could have like, I don't know, the car demon or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, why is this a chainsaw demon and a dog together? I mean, like, I guess
doesn't make much
he
sense
needs
in
a
the way they
form to get
explain it.
around, I
Yeah.
guess. But like, they show like the bat demon later. It's like, oh, he's a big bat, and then it's like this is the sea cucumber demon. I guess that guy was just a bunch of fingers, so that was a little weird. But even like the zombie demon was like kind of just like a fleshy humanoid.
Yeah.
Whereas I was like, the chainsaw demon is part dog. Is the dog chainsaw demon? Like, anyways,
Yeah.
it was weird. Anyways,
Yeah. But anyway, he's going around doing jobs for the mob to
So,
repay his father's debt by
a
killing demons.
couple things there is like one before we have the flashback of him getting his chainsaw, we see him walking to his job where he's got to go kill the tomato demon, and he's talking like, well, I sold my left eye and that was 10K, and I sold my kidney and that was 100K, and then I sold my nut and it was like whatever, and then he's like, I still owe 300 million yen or whatever it is. But he's got it in like a bank book, like it's an official loan that he took out from the Yakuza or something like that.
Maybe he's just using that to keep track.
But it was like typed out and everything. He lives in a fucking shed. He doesn't got a computer.
That's true.
So this is like a legit loan for the bank that they're using the loan shark. It's like a Yakuza bank. Anyways, I was like, because I'm like, when your parents die, you don't take over their debt. Like their estate pays off their debt, and if there's anything left, you get it.
Yeah.
So I was like, how did this debt pass to him if it's like from a real bank, but it's not like a real bank, it's a Yakuza debt. So anyways, I was like, it's an anime about demons. I'll let it slide.
Yeah, suspend your disbelief.
I'll let
a
it
little
slide.
Bit, please.
Yeah, so his little Yakuza boss sets him on a job to kill the tomato demon.
Yep.
We don't actually see him fight the tomato demon. He just kills it. And he's like, oh, you should burn those seeds. They'll come back. And Buddy's like, well, we're going to sell the body to the Yakuza. And I think we're going to pay you like $300,000 or whatever. He's like, that's great, man. Cool. And then he's like, well, there's the finder's fee and the this fee and that fee. And, he ends up with 70,000 yen or whatever instead. It's done.
And then after he pays bills?
He had to
What
pay
was
his
it?
water bill. I don't
He had to
even
pay
know. Where does he
bills?
even get water
he's
from?
in a shack on the top of a hill.
Yeah,
There's
like,
no water?
There's no water. He says water bill, but there's no way he's getting any water.
After he
up
pays his
there.
bill, he's got 1,000 yen to it.
He's drinking from the creek.
He's drinking from the creek for sure.
And apparently all they eat is bread. He's a carbosaur, I think he said. We're going to be carbosaurs tonight.
Yeah, they're eating bread, him and Pochita, and he's talking about, one day we're going to have jam on this
Yeah,
bread.
that's his big dream is to eat bread with jam on it and touch a boob.
So far, from these first 3 episodes, yes.
Yeah.
That is his dream.
He, him and Pochita, it's his only friend. He talks to him all the time, and he says, these are my dreams or whatever.
Yeah.
he's also sick with something because he eats his bread and he coughs later in the day and he's got blood all over his hand.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, my mom died of something. I don't remember what he said.
I can't remember either.
But right at that time, his Yakuza boss is like, hey, we got a demon for you to fight. It's time to go. So they leave. And leading up to this point, there's a few scenes where, like, you know, they establish, like, he either is really stupid or he is naive and gullible.
Yeah.
I think there's a combination of all these things.
Yeah, there's a scene where the driver for the Yakuza boss pulls up and he's like, I'll give you 1,000 yen to eat this, or 100 yen to eat this cigarette.
Which is what, $1?
Yeah.
So he's like, yeah, okay, I'll eat that for $1.
Yeah, and then once they drive off and he gets his money, he takes it back out again. Throws it
so
on the
he'll
ground.
debase himself for $100, basically. Yeah. But like even the Yakuza boss is like, I like him because Denji's like a dog. He'll do what I tell him.
Yeah.
He doesn't do anything but what I tell him, so I like him. So excuse me. Sorry. So like he obviously his dad died when he's 7. He didn't like going to foster care, so he's like raised himself basically. So it's no wonder he'll just do what he's told.
Yeah.
So the one thing watching this though is like it's Japanese like anime. Like I feel that if this was an American show with this kid in it, he would have been played a little differently.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like it wouldn't have been like, man, my dream is to touch a boob. It would have been like, why won't these fucking whores let me touch their boob? Any other guy gets to touch a boob, but I don't get to. So I just think it would have been a little differently played in North America anyways.
Yeah.
But they go to this warehouse, abandoned warehouse. You sure the demon's here, boss? Like he's such a dope, you know, just blindly going wherever they take him. And the Yakuza's like, you know, sometimes I like you because you're a dog, but you know what? Dogs always have to be put down. And he gets stabbed by a zombie.
Yeah. When the zombie first came out, I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
That guy doesn't look like just like a regular Yakuza guy. Like, what the hell is this? Just gets stabbed right through him.
And Pochita.
And Pochita.
Yeah. And he's like, you know what? I took your idea and I made a deal with the demon. I'm going to be uber powerful. And the demon comes out and is kind of gross and is like
the zombie devil.
The zombie, are they devils or demons? Devils?
Yeah, they're called devils.
And I was like, oh, there's just gonna be like anything is gonna be a devil. Like there's gonna be like a pickle devil later.
Yeah, probably.
I'm pickle devil. And he's got all his zombies and he's like talking shit to Denji. Like, oh, these guys, they came to me and said they want to give their bodies up to me for a little bit of power. Little did they know they'd be a shambling zombie. I got them. They're so stupid. And then the zombie devil is like, rip them up, throw them in the dumpster. Make sure you clean up after yourselves. Don't eat them. Just throw them away.
Just throw them away. Yeah, it's a pretty brutal scene where he's like trying to run away with Pochita cradled under his arm. The zombies catch up to him and just start stabbing him and stabbing him and stabbing him. And this scene goes on for a lot longer than would be most comfortable.
Yeah, it was a little bit extreme, but
they really hammer it home that he's dead.
Yeah. They don't really like until you see him dead in the dumpster. I was like, wow, they really did cut him apart because his like head's chopped off and everything.
Yeah.
So I was like, wow, this show's pretty violent.
Yeah, they cut him up pretty good, and so he's in the dumpster with Pochita,
who's also dead, basically.
Who's also dead, but
a stream of blood thankfully slides down into his mouth, and he can get some health back.
Yeah.
And Pochita wakes up and thinks back to when they were like on a wood pile, and Denji's like, you know what? I know sometimes devils can take over dead bodies. So if I die, take over my body. You can get out of here. You can visit the world. And, I've told you all about my dreams. So I want you to live your dreams and you can do that.
Yeah.
So Pochita thinks back to that. And it's like, you know what would be even better? If we just became one together.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you my heart. And you're going to get some powers. And we'll work together.
Yeah.
And all that Pochita wants is to see Denji's dreams
come true,
and to see what his dreams are, basically.
Yeah.
So he wakes up in the dumpster. And it was like, at first, they don't show that Pachita's like grabbed onto Denji in the dumpster. And there's like these weird tentacles that are grabbing his body parts and bringing him back together. And I was like, wait, I thought he was dead and he's just like a human. Like, what's going on? And then they show Pachita like glommed onto him, slurping his parts together. I was like, oh, okay. That's gross. What if he put his head on backwards? Awkward.
Yeah, so he gets all recombobulated.
Yeah.
Pops out of the dumpster. And all the zombies turn around and go like, what the hell?
Yeah, and he's like, what happened? I was dead. Now I'm alive. And he looks the same. He's kind of like...
Well, he's got 2 eyes and doesn't have any bandages.
Right. He's like fully formed again.
Yeah.
But he still was kind of like very fit for a guy that only eats bread.
Well, when you're skinny as Frigg, your muscles kind of show
I
through.
guess so, but he wasn't like all emaciated looking or like jaundiced or whatever, you know? Besides his missing nut, kidney, and eye, he looks pretty fine.
And he's also got Pochita's tail sticking out of his chest.
Which is his pull start.
Yeah.
So the zombie devil is just like, why? What? I thought you were dead. Like, what's going on here? Like, okay, zombies, you can go. You can eat them now. See if you can regenerate when you're being inside a zombie.
Yeah,
the joke's on you.
So they all just mob them.
Yeah,
and there's just a big zombie pile on top of them.
So they don't. I mean, the way they show the zombies on top of them is like they're ripping apart under there. I don't know if that's actually, or they were just grabbing onto other zombies and ripping underneath.
Yeah, I think they were just grabbing whatever they could, because who knows? It was really weird to see that where they were just grabbing, like, okay, well, they are ripping them apart.
Yeah, but then you hear like the little chainsaw, and the zombie demon's like, what the hell is going on? Zombie devil, sorry, is like, what's going on? And then he just explodes the fucking pile, just like viscera everywhere. It's like, what the hell is going on here? And then he's like, did he have all three chainsaws?
All 3 chainsaws out.
Yeah, so he's got the face chainsaw and his arm chainsaws.
Yeah, he's got chainsaw coming out the middle of his forehead. He's got big sharp teeth with like a red kind of like chainsaw
it's like his
looking
chassis. Yeah, and he's got
then
like
his other 2 chainsaws come out from between his ring finger and his middle finger.
And his neck is all like cabling and like just like looks crazy.
It's awesome.
And he's like, you know, fuck you guys. I'm going to kill this devil. I came here to do a job, so I'm going to finish my job. And they have like a battle.
Yep.
Basically. And I noticed the first thing he did was the first thing he attacked on this guy.
His eyeball.
His eyeball.
The eyeball that Denji was missing.
First thing he did, attack this guy right in the eye.
Yeah.
And the devil is just like, holy fuck, what the fuck, you're a devil too? Oh my god, this is bad. So he's like throwing zombies at him, and he's just like batting him aside, cutting him with his chainsaw. And I mean, he doesn't just have chainsaws. He's also like super strong and fast.
Oh yeah.
And he must have some healing factor too. Though he doesn't really take a hit at all, so.
No.
No, he does take a huge ass hit in a later episode, and he just sort of brushes it off.
Yeah.
But they have a crazy battle, and yeah, there's a little bit of violence in this.
Just a little.
Few exploding zombies and everything.
Little, yeah.
And it's all red blood. There's no like green blood or anything like that. It's like, wow, this aired on TV in Japan. That's crazy.
Full on crimson viscera.
Yeah, so he just decimates everything. And,
in classic anime style.
And then at once he killed the devil, the like zombie devil, he's kind of like still amped up, and he's like, all the Yakuza guys are here. If I kill them all, my debt's done. And then he just fucking just starts wailing on these guys, and they're all trying to get him. He's just chopping the shit out of them, and he's just loving it. Just loving it. After, you know, they cut to another car driving to the factory, and out comes Makamoto, what's her name? Makima.
From the Public Safety Devil Hunters Association, or whatever it is.
She's got pink hair.
Yeah.
And they're here to, her and her 2 hombres, which is a little weird that it's just 2 generic dudes. You think, I guess they didn't want to introduce
no, they didn't want to introduce
the other characters yet, but they're there to fight the zombie devil. Somehow they know the zombie devil's there too. And they're like, well, someone beat us here. Everything's dead. And they're like, oh, there's one alive down there still. So she goes to talk to him or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know what maybe she could smell him.
She's got some smell ability.
Is she a devil? I don't know. She can smell pheromones. I don't know. That
she can smell the difference between a devil and a human.
So she's like, oh, you smell like a devil and a human. Isn't that unusual? And basically he's just like, hold me. And he's like falls over and she grabs him and then he turns back into a human, basically all like.
Yeah, his demon parts kind of melt.
They melt away, kind of gross.
Yeah.
And he's all like spent, basically, laying on the ground. And she's just like, you can either like be my dog or you can be a devil, and implies that they're going to kill him. But if you come with me, we'll go get some breakfast. And he's just like, breakfast, you say? What's for breakfast? And she's like, well, I usually have bread with toast or bread with jam and butter. So he's instantly sold. He doesn't need to hear anymore.
Sold.
But then she says salad. What is a breakfast salad? Is that something they have in Japan?
Probably.
It's like, what is a breakfast salad?
Like a gourmet salad.
Yeah. So, he's just like,
oh yeah,
this sounds like a dream come true, basically.
There's a lady is going to take care of me and feed me breakfast. Let's go.
Yeah. And that's pretty much the end of that episode, I think.
Yep, that's it. They roll on out of there.
And then there's another like 2-minute like credit session at the end. Like these episodes are like maybe 18 minutes long.
Yeah, they're not long.
If you take out the credits and the intro. So,
but there's no after show after the credit show. So
well, I didn't pay enough attention, but it seemed like the credits on the last episode 3, showed a preview of what was coming in the next episode. I don't know if that was in every episode the same thing, or it was just because they showed, to skip ahead a little bit, they showed like, I can't even remember what they showed, but I was like, oh, that must happen in the next episode, but I wasn't paying enough attention.
I scanned through to look and see if there was after the credits storyline.
But no, it was in the credits. Like the credits were rolling, and then in the background it showed like animation stuff going on.
Yeah, sometimes they do that.
So I'll have to double check and see. But yeah, that was the intro to the Chainsaw Man.
Yeah.
And my thoughts after that one were like, Denji's he's either dumb or whatever. He's just slow, and he just has simple, like, I'd like to eat a meal today and maybe feel the warmth of a woman. That's all he cares about, really.
That's literally all he cares about.
And I guess taking care of Pachita, too.
Yeah.
Besides, like, having to pay his dad's, like, debt. But
yeah.
That's
not a thing anymore, so.
No. So the next episode, what's her name? Makima. She's taking him to their, like,
the Devil Hunters headquarters.
But
they stop at a rest area to get some ramen
or some breakfast.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, it's all right, I don't have any money, I'm broke. She's like, oh, it's okay, just get what you want, whatever you'd like. So, they go to the thing, and he orders udon and whatever, sausage on a stick. And
yeah.
He's like, wow, this is the greatest day of my life. But he's so, like, tired out by fighting, and he loses blood, I guess, when he's chainsaw.
Oh, probably.
Man.
I mean, you lose a lot of blood when a chainsaw comes out of your forearm.
So he kind of passes out a bit, but he, like, falls face first into Makima's boobs. She's like, are you okay? And he's like, oh. But he kind of passes out and then wakes up on the picnic table, and they're sitting there, and
their udon's ready to eat.
He's like, oh, may I eat? She's like, yeah, that's no problem. And she's like, this was a bit weird to me, where she's like, are you sure you can do it yourself? And he's like, yeah, I mean, no, I need you to feed me. So then she's feeding the udon noodles to him, and he's eating them up like a dog. And she's like, oh, you're a good dog. And he's like, ruff, ruff. It's like, wow, he's really playing into this. Like, he literally has no shame at all here.
Yeah. And then he's like, oh, do you have what kind of
guys do you like?
And she's like, oh,
let me think about it. And then she's like, I like guys like Majima. And I was like, oh no, Denji.
Yeah, she's like, I like guys like Denji.
I like Denji type guys, I think is what she said. And I was like, oh, is that some sort of like Harajuku girl? Or like, is that some sort of subset of
I don't know.
But I don't think it is. I think she's just knows he's so like fucking stupid that she could just basically say like, I like Denji, but without saying I like Denji to like lead him on basically. So, because then later he's like, oh, she likes me. Wow, this is crazy. This pretty girl likes me. So I was a little confused there.
Yeah.
But whatever. And it said it both in the Japanese as well as English version. So I thought maybe the English version there'd be a little more information if it was an actual like, sort of, what would you even call that? Like style or something? I don't know.
Yeah, not entirely sure.
Like you'd be like emo, goth, whatever. Like is Denji like something like that in Japanese?
Yeah, not
but
entirely sure.
I'm assuming not. So
I highly doubt it.
So anyways, I think it was just her, like she can like read this guy like a book and is like, he'll be my definite lapdog if I just, give him the slightest hope that he could even, give me a hug or something like that. And then they get to Tokyo and they're, for whatever reason, they don't drive to the headquarters. They get dropped off and then they're walking down the road to the headquarters, whatever. And Denji's like in his head, like thinking like, wow, this chick. Oh no, there was a part 2 before this where they're in the car and she's like, you know what? You're my dog. You do what I say. And if you don't do what I say, well, I have no use for you. And he's like sitting in the car like, wow, she's really not that nice. Oh, this is too bad. I thought she was a really nice girl. And then they go to the rest stop and then she's like, I like Denji types. So then they're walking to the thing and he's like caught in his head thinking like, wow, she's so beautiful, nice. And I like you too, Makima. And then she's like off in the distance so she doesn't hear it. Yeah. And she's like, Denji, we're going over here. Like, come on. So I like how they took him straight from the viscera of the warehouse to the headquarters.
Yep.
Stinking and fucking dirty as shit. I mean, he doesn't look dirty, but you have to assume. And she's like, oh yeah, you're going to go to work. Here's the uniform. Put this on. It's like, can I have a shower or maybe a nap or
yeah, right.
Like anything. But he's kind of like, yeah, this is my dream. So he puts his outfit on.
Yeah.
And it's, a shirt and slacks and a tie. That's why I thought they were like school kids, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, they kind of are school kids, but anyways.
Yeah. And this is where we get introduced to Aki Hayakawa, who is another public safety devil hunter.
And he has a ponytail of some
He's got a ponytail and a katana.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so Makima says, hey, you guys go out on patrol now.
Yeah, you're going to work together.
You're going to work together.
And he's like, this scrub? I'm going to work with this scrub?
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, I think so.
And so while they're out on patrol, Denji can only talk about Makima.
Yeah, just like, does she have a boyfriend? Yeah. And he's kind of like, you think you got a shot with her? Like, are you stupid?
And so Aki takes him down a alleyway.
He's like, hey, come with me down here.
And then just beats him.
Yeah, just starts punching him for no reason.
Yeah.
So I like how Denji kind of just like takes it like, he's used to being shit on. So
and Aki's like, don't worry, I'll tell Makima you ran away.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see you ever again. Yeah. Unless you want another beating.
Yeah, if you come back tomorrow, I'll beat you. And then he throws a cigarette on him and spits on him to put it out.
Yeah. Highly accurate saliva shot there.
So good.
And so Aki's walking out of the alley.
Yeah.
And Denji gets up, just hard knee from the rear
into the
right into the nuts.
So Denji also said something like, I think it was this part where he's just like, this is my dream. You're never going to get me to quit. This is the greatest day of my life. I had breakfast today. There's nothing you can say to get me to stop coming. So yeah, he knees him in the nuts and he's like, when I fight, I go for the balls. When I'm fighting a man, I go for the balls.
Yeah. It's just repeated ding, ding.
Yeah, he keeps kicking him in the crotch. So they have a little, back and forth and they have a fight. So he gets up and punches him, but then he just fucking kicks him right in the nuts again. He's like all straight, like, you really only hit him in the nuts. And he like passes out.
Yeah.
So the next scene was probably the funniest part in the series for me so far, I think.
Yeah.
When they're back in the office and he's like, a testicle devil came out of nowhere and just attacked his balls. He's like, he's a liar. He did not. Man, I was cracking up so hard. So, yeah, Makima's like, Yeah, I'm gonna assign him to your group.
Your group.
You're
You're
work
gonna live with
together.
him as well.
Yeah, you're gonna look after him. And then like a little odd couple scene where they're in the apartment together, and
Yeah.
Denji's making his toast with like strawberry jam and marmalade and cinnamon and butter, and he just takes a bite and he's just like, "This is the greatest thing I've ever eaten." It's like, God, that looks disgusting, man.
Yeah, and meanwhile the apartment is just a mess.
Yeah.
Just food everywhere, just mess everywhere.
What the hell is going on?
Frank's getting into the paper bag.
Come on, Frank. You can't be making that noise. I'll edit that out. Frankie, sorry. But it's totally like an Odd Couple thing where like he's in the tub banging the side of it and
Singing.
he's just like, stop, and he falls asleep on the toilet. Don't fall asleep on the toilet. And then he comes out and he's used all the toilet paper and he's just looking at it like, oh, this guy. So it was a interesting, dynamic they've set up there.
Yeah.
And I guess it's the next day when they go back to
Yeah, they go out on patrol again.
Did they go out on patrol again?
Yeah, they went out on patrol
because
because
they go fight the fiend.
Yeah, the fiend.
Yeah. So there's a fiend. That's another type of devil. I guess it's a fiend is like when a devil takes over a dead body. So Denji's like, I guess I'm a fiend. But he doesn't have like the deformed head like the other ones.
No.
He has his little pull start.
Yeah.
But
so Denji's got like a little hand axe. A
Yeah.
hatchet of sorts out on this patrol.
Yeah.
And Aki, like, when they go up to the house, they go in the house and talking to the cops a little bit, go in the house, and Aki's like, get in there and destroy that demon.
Yeah.
Like that fiend. And so Denji just walks in, the fiend's like,
Yeah. Don't look
and,
at me in the eyes.
Yeah. And then Denji's just like one swift
So
axe.
Aki tells him like, turn into a chainsaw. I want to see what you can do.
Yeah.
And the guy attacks him and he just chops his head off with the axe. And he's like, why didn't you turn into a chainsaw? And he's like, well, it's kind of like pretty messy and painful when it happened. And I didn't want to like cause him to suffer or anything. And Aki's like, these things are sacks of shit. They're not human. It doesn't matter if they're painful. You can't be friends with them. Like, you stupid idiot. They're devils.
Yeah.
So you kill them and that's the end of it. There's nothing else to it. My family was killed by a fiend. These cops outside. Oh, that was the other thing in this. He's talking about the cops and like, these cops are like the best and they're out here protecting their families. And I was like, wow, I think in like a North American produced show, it'd be like, there'd be a little less like cop worship going on here, I think.
Probably.
But I mean, it's different in Japan, I think, than North America, considering like cops don't have guns. Yeah. So it's like, I don't think cops kill many people in Japan.
No, probably not.
So then Aki leaves and Denji's just like, well, I didn't want to kill him because I wanted to take his porno. I didn't want the blood all over it. This is my porno now. That's the deal we got here. So he's pulling up these magazines and he's thinking back to Aki said, like, people have to have their goal in life. And if you don't have any goal, like what's the point or whatever? And Denji's thinking about it. He's like, yeah, you're right. My goal, I gotta have a goal. My goal is to touch some melons. So there's like a cut to them back in the office and he says melons out loud because he's daydreaming about it. And Aki's like, pay attention. Like, what is wrong with you? Yeah, what is wrong with him?
Yeah.
Lots. And then what's her name? Makima is like, I'm going to put you together with Power. You're going to have a new partner.
Yeah.
She doesn't say her name is Power. He just says like, you're going to have a partner. Is she a fiend? I guess she's a fiend. But she's like highly rational and you can like talk to her and stuff.
Yeah.
So they're an experimental unit of the devil hunters. So they're trying all sorts of stuff like letting fiends fight devils and stuff like that. And then she kicks down the door and is like, which one of you humans is like I don't even remember what she says. Basically that they're in fear or whatever. And he's like, oh my God, she's a fiend. I can't work with her. And then he like zooms in on her boobs and is like, I guess I can work with her. It's okay. I'll work with her. It's no problem. And it's like, wow, that's quite the intro for Power there.
Yeah. And they do end up going out on patrol and Power's just like, I'm bored.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I can smell the blood.
I can smell blood. So she's going crazy, runs off. And Denji's following her along and she like just fucking yeets herself off a building, sees the sea cucumber devil and just she's a blood devil.
She's the blood devil.
So she
uses
slices her wrist or just opens up on her own and turns a giant mallet out of blood.
Yeah.
And she just fucking smashes the shit out of this sea cucumber devil.
Yeah. One hit, one kill.
Just explodes everywhere. And she just is like just screaming in the middle of the street like, I killed him! And Denji's looking down like, holy fuck. Oh, there's a whole thing too where we missed too. She says like, oh, there's no devils to fight. That's probably because they can smell me. I was a badass devil that everyone was scared of.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, how are we supposed to fight a devil if they can tell you're a devil? They're scared of you. And then he thinks back how Aki recommended them to be a group together. And then they show a flashback, or not a flashback. He has a thought of in his head of Aki walking the hallway and turning back. And then he has like this demonic tongue hanging out like face that he does to the camera. And I was like, I've seen that before, but I don't really know what that sort of like pose means.
It's standard anime trope.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure I saw that, not that it's anime, but I'm pretty sure I saw like some sort of picture of Powder from League of Legends in that exact face.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So what's that anime trope that was like, I screwed you over, or what's
I'm the devil. I'm the demon here.
I'm the bad guy?
Yeah, I'm the bad guy.
Okay. So yeah, that's the end of the episode.
Yeah.
This episode was not as violent. I guess it was pretty violent, but not as visceral.
Yeah.
Exploding guts and shit like that.
He didn't turn into the Chainsaw Man, so.
Yeah, false advertising.
Not on that one anyway.
No. But yeah, it was just, he wants to eat some toast and touch a boob. That's
all he wants to do. I mean, he's eating the toast. Now he just has to touch the boob.
Simple man.
It's very simple.
Episode 3 opens with them being sort of dressed down because they took a kill from the regular devil hunters.
Yeah.
And they're not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
But, it's not that big of a deal. It'll be okay. But Power says, like, he forced me to. He told me to do it. He commanded me to do it. I didn't want to. And they're having a fight. Like, she's like, you fucking liar. I did not say that. That proves that you're a devil. You lied about it. And she's like, only humans lie. I only tell the truth. And, whatever. And she's just like, the boss is like, I don't care whose fault it is. Yeah. You just have to work together.
You guys need to work together now.
And she must have something on Power because Power's, oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. She's like her head down and like,
Yeah, that was weird. I'm like, what's going on here?
So we find out later that like Power can't even like leave the building unless she's like escorted out by somebody.
Yeah.
She can't have any vacation time, but she can only have been working there for like days, it seems. Like, honestly, from later in the episode, doesn't it seem like she's only been working for like maybe a week there?
Yeah, kind of.
Just the way it plays out later. Anyways.
Well, yeah, with the whole cat thing and stuff.
So they're still working together, and Genji's like they're at vending machines. He's getting a drink, and she's like staring creepily into the vending machine. And he's talking and thinking to himself, like, I really could touch a boob right now. That's my dream and everything. And Power's just like, looking through the glass. And then a cat comes up and she picks up the cat and starts petting it. She's like, I hate people, but the only thing I like are cats. I like cats. I had a cat kidnapped by a bat devil, and I really want to get him back, but, I miss my cat. And Genji's like,
cats are dumb.
I don't understand why you do that. Like, that's dumb. Cats are dumb. And
dogs are awesome.
He's like, I don't understand that. He's like, oh, maybe if it was a dog, I would understand, but that's dumb. And she's kind of like, he's like, the only thing I would care about that much for is like a boob.
It's touching a breast.
Yeah. And Powder's just like, oh, well, if you help me get my cat back, you can touch my boob. You can fondle me, I think she says. Yeah. And he just crushes his can like, I can't believe he would take a innocent cat from you. That's one of the worst things someone could do. This bad devil's going to pay, and I'm going to make him pay. Let's go make him pay. So, yeah, she's totally got him hook, line, and sinker. And at this point you're thinking back to there was some, foreshadowing by Aki in the previous episode where he's like, you can't be friends with devils or fiends. Like, they're devils and fiends. They're just gonna screw you, basically. You can't be friends with them. So it's kind of like, oh, okay, what's gonna happen here? So they're on the bus, going to this place where this devil lives. Like, again, she's been, well, we don't know yet, but it's the implication she's only been working there for such a short time.
Yeah, especially when we get this little flashback.
Well, we get it after the cat is eaten, is when we get the flashback of how she met the cat named Meowie. But they're on the bus and she's like, well, I can't go in there. Like, if he sees me, he's going to use the cat as like a furry shield. So you're going to have to go in and, take care of it. And she's like, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, that's for sure. And the whole time he's side-eyeing her boob. Like, yeah, I can't wait to fondle these, right? And so they get there. They get off at the bus stop at this fucking house on the outskirts of Tokyo. Like, anyways. And she's like, yeah, he's in there. Oh, okay, let's go up there. And they're on their way up. They get to the door and she's like, yeah, okay, he's in there. And he's like, hey, I thought you said you couldn't come in because he'd see you and use it as a furry shield. Like, aren't you too close right now? And she's like, oh yeah, that was my story. And Denji, being like the slow Denji guy that he is, he kind of like thinks for a minute and then she realizes, oh, like he's slowly puzzling this together. So she summons a blood hammer and clubs him while did he have his axe?
He had his axe, yeah.
So she was trying to hit him with the axe. He gets knocked out and dragged into the house. Yeah, he's all incapacitated or whatever. Yeah, when they were walking up, as they were getting close, I'm like, why is she going to the house? Like, she just said.
Yeah.
She can't go this close. And then Enji's like, yeah, I thought you said you couldn't come up here. And I was like, okay, I wasn't just imagining that. So when we're inside, we find out that Power and this Bat Devil had made a deal.
Yeah, bring the Bat Devil a human so that he could regenerate.
Yeah,
and the cat was hers again.
Yeah, because he kidnapped Meowie.
Yeah.
So she brought Denji because he's the stupidest person she knows, basically. The easiest one to manipulate, basically.
Yeah.
I guess maybe he's not stupid. He's just naive, maybe.
Yes.
I think he's just really naive. So he's passed out. The devil picks him up and like squeezes a little blood out of him. And he squirts in his mouth and he's like, ah, it's disgusting. You taste disgusting, and throws him away. But his arm grows back because
his blood is human, but it's also devil.
So he punches his way through the roof and he's like, I'm going to go eat something. I need something to clean this taste out of my mouth. And he's like, oh, these people stink. I smell drugs and cigarettes and perfume. And
where's the children at?
I guess I'll start with a nice child to cleanse my palate, and then I'll move on to a fat man. And Power's like, oh yeah, by the way, here's Meowie. Like, what about our end of the deal? He's like, yeah, I guess you did bring me a human, but he's like half devil, so you kind of screwed me over. So
well, he didn't know he was half devil, just disgusting blood.
Yeah.
So he's like, nah, you don't get your cat. I'm eating it.
He eats the cat. Then we get a flashback to Power, who's killed some demon or devil, and there's this mangy-ass cat. So I guess the cat has fattened up a bit. So it must have been between when she found the cat and the cat was taken, there was some time.
Yeah.
But between the time from when the cat was kidnapped from her to now, can't have been that long.
No. So
she's saying like she found a cat and she's like, wow, you smell delicious. I'm going to fatten you up so I can eat you myself. And, they show her she killed a cow and milked it so it could like feed the cat. Excuse me. And, then she's like lounging on the roof of a house and the cat like sits on her chest and she's like, wow, I'm not used to something looking me in the eyes and not like screaming in terror. It's kind of a weird feeling or whatever. And then they show like the Bat Devil is like, grab the cat like by the scruff, like, hey, bring me a human or I'm going to eat your cat. So apparently she wasn't powerful enough to take on the Bat Devil, even though devils are scared of her.
Yeah.
So either she's full of shit.
Fishy in her story.
Yeah. Either she's full of shit or whatever. So then you know, after the cat's been eaten, she sort of looks back at Denji and she's like, you know how you said your dog was in your heart, and I understand how you feel now.
And then the bad demon picks her up and eats her as
And
well.
just swallows her.
Just swallows her whole.
And Denji's just like, well, you don't see, but he like,
the bad demon takes off.
and he's apparently grabbed onto his leg somehow.
Yeah, the bad demon takes off. He's talking about the meals he's going to have. And
Yeah.
he's like looking around. He's like, what is this on my leg?
Yeah, he's like, you drank my blood? What's wrong with you? And so I guess maybe Denji can heal by drinking blood, maybe.
Of a devil, I suppose?
Like, why would he do it otherwise?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just to be weird?
Just
I
to be
guess?
weird, maybe.
So he's basically like, you know, what are you doing down there? He's like, give me back my boobs! And he goes chainsaw mode on him.
Yeah.
And they have a bit of a battle through the sky.
Yeah.
He chops up. No, he explodes his hand because he turns into Chainsaw Man. And he blows his hand off because he's in his grip. And his hand just explodes. And they crash into like a...
School.
Was it a school?
Yeah, school.
Why was it so tall?
Schools are always tall in Japan.
Okay. And so they start having a fight in like Tokyo, basically.
Yeah.
And there was some interesting like stuff happening here. Like eventually the Bat Devil uses his sonic attack on him somehow. And he like, I don't know, like make some sort of weird straw comes out of his mouth and he hits him with a huge blast. And he like takes this huge hit. Like the Bat Devil's like, well, this guy's dead now, whatever. And then he comes out of the hole in the wall and he's like, what did he say? Like, you know, this is like my best time I've ever lived in my life. And you've come along and screwed it and you took away, give me back this girl or whatever. And then they go into their fight where, you know, he's throwing like giant rocks at him and he's batting him away.
He's
with
like,
his
oh my God,
chainsaw.
no. Ah! Yeah, he's the bat demon's getting bat devil getting real panicked by
there's
Denji.
There's a lot of times where like there'll be a human and Denji will be like, get out of here, like you're gonna get attacked. And then other times he doesn't give a shit about the people either. Like they throw a car at him and there's a guy in the car and he's like, he'll save this guy. He's like, I don't give a shit about this guy. And throws the car back. I mean, the guy jumped out of the car so he didn't die, but like he was just like, fuck this guy, I don't care. I thought the coolest part was when he like stuck his chainsaw on his arm and like rode it up, just burnt all the way up his arm and then chopped him in half.
Yeah,
it's a pretty crazy battle.
Yeah, very crazy. Lots of good animations, battle, lots of good shots.
Yeah,
lots of anticipation built.
When he came back out of the crater from like the sonic blast and his like shirt is flapping in the wind like a cape, I was like, God damn, this looks good.
Yes.
So. I don't know. I assume this was still animated on computer, even though it looks not really animated by computer. Like a lot of the
it's not the full
backgrounds.
CG, but it's.
I think it is though.
It could be.
I don't know, but
it's done very well.
They didn't do it like. It's flat, but I think it's CG.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that makes any sense. Like with Arcane, it was like, oh, this is 3D. Like they're fully 3D, whereas it kind of looks like
Arcane's not fully 3D.
Well, no.
There are some elements that are 3D.
Okay, but like all the characters and everything are 3D. So I don't know, but that like his shirt flapping in the breeze and everything like that, like that they give them very like strong shirts.
Yes.
Like all that happened was it opened.
Yeah.
His pants were fine too.
Yeah.
So, but then the episode's over and it's like, fuck.
Yeah. You don't even see if Power and Meowie, the cat.
Well, Power lives, I know, because she's in the intro and like her bikini and shit like that. And
but you can in these first 3 episodes, you can really see the inspiration coming from One Punch Man and inspiration coming from Attack on Titan. Like a lot of the scenes were very Attack on Titan. A lot of the monsters were very kind of One Punch Man, where they're kind of like silly demons. Like the tomato demon and the sea cucumber demon, those are very One Punch Man kind of things. Yeah.
It was, I was just like, that's okay. There was a thing where she said too, where she's talking about like the different types of devils and like, well, a coffee devil wouldn't be too scary if that was a thing, but like maybe a car one would be because people are scared of getting hit by a car or whatever. Yeah. It's like, wow, is there just a devil for everything in this? But like, what happens when you kill like the tomato devil? There's no more tomato devil?
Like, I don't know.
There's more than one.
There might be more than one Tomato Devil.
There's also a subplot we didn't mention here about something like the Russians are working with devils and...
Oh, yeah, the Americans are working with devils, trying to weaponize them or
yeah,
whatever.
so who knows what's going to happen with that later, too.
Yeah.
It's obviously that Makima is, like, working multiple
sort
of things. She's got her own agenda that we don't know about yet.
Yeah, could be.
And she's using Denji,
Yeah.
because he's so gullible. And she just can, like, even give him the faintest hope that she'll let him touch her boob and that he'll do whatever
He's all in.
he wants, right?
Yeah, Aki Hayakawa's squad,
Mhm.
they're all like misfits. They don't really fit anywhere. And
Yeah.
he's been tasked with like containing them and turning them into a squad.
Yeah, and they're like
misfits.
a experiment group, so
Yeah.
like they could be disbanded whenever, basically.
Yeah.
If they don't hold up, some results or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was interesting for sure. Anyways,
Oh yeah, for sure.
but yeah, the animation was just crazy in this thing. I'd see a thing where I was like, that didn't look good or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like when we were talking about episode 2 here, I'm like, they crammed so much story and so much characters and development and all that into 20 minutes.
Yeah, and there's no part where it was just like, well, they didn't spend enough time on that.
Yeah,
It was like they did enough time on everything, so it didn't feel rushed. There was
Yeah.
no like, well, how did they get to this point?
Mhm.
The only part was like, obviously, the time that Miaoi was taken to her coming back with Denji was not very long.
Definitely not very long.
So she went from like a feral devil to working with these people within days, weeks, to bringing back Denji to
yeah.
be sacrificed. And the bad devil did say, like, what took you so long? She's like, this is for my first chance.
Yeah.
But like, was she immediately caught after he took Miaoi? Like, why didn't she just go get someone and bring him back?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I mean, we're not going to know because I think it has something to do with Makima and how Power is just like, oh, I'm sorry. Oh my God.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, obviously she was captured somehow, but
Yeah. But I think
um,
Makima is going to play a pretty large role in
Yeah.
in what's happening.
there's also like the other thing. Aki said like something about how she saved his life. So
Yeah.
she's gonna. So she has something on all these
Oh yeah, for sure.
people here. So it's gonna be interesting to see where it goes. But yeah, I was at the end of it, at the episode. I was like, "Fuck, it's over!" Like we don't even we don't see anything from this point on. So
Oh yeah.
I was disappointed. And I was like,
wanted to roll into episode 4 right away.
I want to watch episode 4, but no, I didn't. I passed it up.
There you go.
So I watched it in Japanese and English. I can't really comment on the Japanese language. It sounded like good, but
Yeah.
like I have no Japanese knowledge of spoken Japanese, so like it could be the most stunted dialogue and stilted delivery of all time, but it would sound fine to me.
Yeah.
But the English version was good.
Yeah.
All the voice acting was good and everything sounded good. Nothing was bad. It was pretty much identical to the Japanese one, except I got more out of it with the dub than the sub.
Yeah, you tend to get a little bit more of a westernized.
Well, it was the exact same lines and everything, but just hearing it rather than reading it, I was like, oh, I didn't realize this part was like this or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Until I heard it. Then I was like, oh, okay.
So
I don't have an example, but as I was watching it this morning in English, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So they didn't really change the dialogue from the sub
I
to
don't
the
think
dub?
so. Like, I was thinking, like, how are they gonna do it differently? But it didn't seem like there was anything different. It
There's usually a few subtle changes to turn it into more Western
yeah.
dialogue.
No, I mean, traditionally, yeah, they would do that.
Yeah.
Just because, like, people would be like, "Oh, Japan, weird sushi, ew, gross." But now I think anime is so big that they don't do that anymore. Like,
Yeah, it could be.
I've been playing Phoenix Wright, which very Japanese game, but they wanted that to be North American, so they'll be like, "Let's go get burgers." They're always getting burgers when they'll show it. It's like you're eating fucking sushi, but they didn't want to say sushi in the game, so they say burgers.
Yeah.
So I've noticed that in other ones, though. Yes, for sure, they'll change it to be like, "Oh, I was in Chicago last week." It's like, no,
No.
you were in Nagoya last week. So, but yeah, the voices were great. It worked well, I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then like when like English Denji got killed by the zombies, his screams were like, whoa, baby. Like, holy shit.
Well, even in Japanese, they were
Yeah.
pretty
Like
intense.
I noticed them in like the English version, like, holy shit, he's really going for it. It was crazy.
Full send, you got to master Japanese. Go.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I liked it a lot.
Yeah,
I remember before you said that we were going to do this, you're like, I don't think you're going to like it. Why did you think that?
Oh, because it's got boob touching and horniness.
Yeah,
and
but
stuff.
I mean, they haven't had any boob touching.
No, there hasn't been any. It's not been like,
And
as
It's yeah, it hasn't been as gratuitous.
as
It's kind of just like a
Food
side.
Wars.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, that's like glistening
Yeah.
in a bad way. Maybe later there'll be glistening whatnot's going on.
Yeah, we don't know. We're only 3 episodes in.
But so far, yeah, it was just like, I mean, the other thing too, though, is like they're building it up.
Yeah.
Like Denji, he just wants to touch a boob.
Mm-hmm.
So in my head of heads here, my northernmost head, I think to myself, like, they're not gonna, that's gonna be like his goal. Like it's always gonna be out of grasp. Like there's gonna be some reason why that doesn't happen, you know, as like a running gag. That's what I'm foreseeing anyways, but who knows? Like I don't know enough about the manga or the show to really say.
Yep, me neither.
But yeah, I liked it a lot. I thought there was no like crazy weird anime tropes, like there was no crying eyes or bleeding noses, that kind of thing.
Yeah, they don't tend to do that too much in this style.
The closest was like the Aki devil face when he was like, when Denji was like, oh, he screwed me, he put me with power, and he knew I wasn't going to be able to do anything. And then they showed the little thought of his devil face in his head.
Yeah.
That was about it, really. So high impact, very like kinetic, frenetic action.
Yeah, for
Not
sure.
much downtime.
No. Yeah, the action is very like it's kind of like flying through the air kind of fighting like Attack on Titan is, and it kind of feels like Attack on Titan.
I was gonna say it's like kind of like the Kung Fu wire fighting, and it's like, wow, Attack on Titan literally is that.
Yeah, 100%. So the first season is based after the first 38 chapters of the manga. So I'm not entirely sure, or manga, depending on who you are. So we don't know how many chapters are in the manga, if how many more could be coming.
Well, I would think that even if there's not more, I don't know. I guess TV in Japan is different, where the creator will be like, no, that's it, we're done. Whereas like in North America to be like, no, we're going to do 3 more seasons. You don't understand.
Well, if the anime always follows the manga. So if the manga's out, the anime doesn't come out when
but
it
that's
comes
what
like
I
that.
mean. In like North America, it's like, oh, you're not finished Game of Thrones? Well, we'll finish it
We'll
for
fudge
you.
it for you. Yeah.
So it's a little different in Japan.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm excited to see the next 3 episodes.
Is that what we want to do, or do we want to do 6?
Well,
and then 3?
like that's a lot to talk about.
That is a lot to talk about. I mean, even these first 3 episodes, which totals up to an hour of watch time,
maybe an hour
of watch time. We're still, there's still a lot to talk about.
Well, there's so much happening. There's no wasted time, really.
Oh yeah.
Like I can't think of a single thing where it was like, what the fuck was the point in that? Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll send you this Corridor Crew video of them talk about why anime works and why and how it works with like timing and how they set shots up and inner monologues and all that kind of stuff, and how they're just explaining how it works for and why Western adaptations don't work, because they use like different styles.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't need to watch a video to know why they don't work. I've seen them, so
yeah. But it's pretty interesting listening to the Corridor Crew talk about that, because I'm like, oh yeah.
I can start to watch that video. I can't guarantee I'll watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
Usually all those YouTube video channels, I'm just like, I can watch these. I can't watch these. But yeah, I'm excited. Be interesting. I almost want to look at the manga, see what it's all about.
Yeah.
Yeah. See what was like removed, Like I read the Battle Royale one, and like the Battle Royale manga is like 30, or I don't even remember, 24 books. And then the movie's an hour and a half long.
Yeah.
So it's like there's a lot of stuff that happens that you don't know about really. So I don't know. Maybe I'll take a look and see like, oh, is it available like on Amazon?
You should be able to read it on Crunchyroll.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
No. You could read manga on Crunchyroll?
Yeah.
No way. On my Xbox?
Not on
my
your
TV?
Xbox.
Oh, on the
you'd
app?
have to watch it on your PC.
Why would there be manga on there?
Because there is.
Okay, I'll have to look into that anyways.
It doesn't look like the Chainsaw Man manga is on here.
Well, if it was published by Viz in North America, I can't see it being on the Crunchyroll. I might check it out and see. I don't really want to pay for it, so if there's a monetary investment involved, I probably won't. Yeah.
I can't really search the manga though. Genshin Impact manga?
No, that's definitely a no. Oh well, if it's not on there, it's not on there.
Arpeggio of Blue Steel.
I'm gonna watch them in Japanese and English again.
Yeah,
yeah, they're not that long, so I can.
That's true.
You know, check them out both and see how they're different or whatever.
Yeah, for sure.
Refresh it on it, catch different stuff the second time through. So it's interesting, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
man.
am also looking forward to watching the next 3 episodes, and hopefully just only watch the next 3 episodes, because you never know.
You might just
Sometimes
go
they ramp
YOLO.
up, and you're like, I gotta watch the next one.
Yeah, I almost went through it and started the next one, but I was just like, no, must resist.
Well, I mean, if you're watching it in multiple sessions, so watching it in Japanese and English might be okay.
Yeah, but then if I watch the next episode and something happens, then when we talk about it, I have that knowledge, and it's just like,
Yeah,
oh
that's true.
yeah, I know what that means in the future, so I don't really want to do that.
Yeah, of course.
I'd kind of like to keep just with what we're scheduled for me personally.
Yeah,
But if
Makes
you,
sense.
that's up to you. You're your own person.
That's true.
You do you, okay? But yeah, I recommend. Yeah, it's up there. So far, it's up near the top of the list.
Very well. Very good.
And the animation, woo,
Pretty good.
everything's
Pretty
good.
spot on.
Everything's good.
Yeah. All right, guys, that's going to bring us to the end of this anime podcast.
Yes.
If you liked what you listened to, maybe leave us a like, maybe rate us, leave us a comment. You can also join the Purple Room Studios Discord, where we are recording this in the Purple Room Studio,
Yes.
in the link down below or above, depending on where you get your links. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not you. I don't know why your
Exactly.
stuff's set up. But yes, make sure if you want to support this podcast, head on over to our Patreon, the patreon.com/StreamVoid pod, which is our other podcast, which you can help support as well.
Yes.
We do this podcast bi-weekly, so
Yes.
every 2 weeks. So we will be back again in 2 weeks' time.
But we should set a goal to do it weekly.
Yeah, we probably could.
Yeah, we just need to add another goal. So this was originally launched as a goal on the Patreon, so we reached the bi-weekly goal, and now, yeah, maybe we'll put in a weekly goal and see what happens.
Weekly goal.
But yes, check us out. Look for me, Kurbstomped.com, MikeyT33. You can just Google him.
Yeah, I'm everywhere.
He's around.
I'm
and that's
around.
a T with 2 3s.
Yes, MikeyT33.
Yes.
All right, guys, we will see you again in 2 weeks' time.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Tank Pants is here.
What
did I miss?
I missed a bunch of stuff.
What do you mean?
I stopped the recording and then restarted the recording when we went. But I forgot to restart the video recording. Tried to pull a little bit from the Twitch,
Why did you stop it?
so that I'm not trying to record 40 gigs of
Oh,
4K video.
I thought you meant in the middle.
No, I restarted it. I don't know when.
Oh, okay.
So it's missing a little bit, unfortunately.
So yeah, in Initial D, they'll be like, when they leave for commercial, it's Initial D, and then they come back, it's Initial D. Jesus introduced alcoholism when he turned water into wine? I don't think so. Tentacles? I meant tentacles. I thought you said testicles. Rebus, no recording message overlay. Oh, yeah. Speaking of cats, Frank, look at all these cats. That's crazy. Cool cat. Love it. Tank. I lost my Novas, or I would be spamming her. Like South Park, it's all computer animated now, but looks like animation. Yes. But are they using the American subtitles with the Japanese voices?
Yeah, that's a good question.
They are using... I'm pretty sure that what it said when it's subtitled in Japanese is what they said in English. Weekly Weebus. Not quite. Not quite.
Not quite there.
Who the fuck said alcohol was introduced by Jesus? Who do you think? Master. Master said Jesus introduced alcoholism. Not alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
How are we doing? We're doing good. Weebus was good. Have you watched Chainsaw Man, Tank? I would guess yes. Oh, wait. It's not on the free version of Crunchyroll.
Oh!
I think you need Crunchyroll Premium to watch it. So maybe not. I figured out why it wasn't letting me watch it the other day. Do you remember I said I'd just not play after the first time I watched it?
Yeah.
It's because I hadn't confirmed my email address.
Oh!
So
Hello.
once I clicked on the link, it was like, oh yeah, this account is legit. So, yeah. Initial D is actually pretty good.
Initial D.
Initial D. The first episode, like why I was like the CGI car racing sucks balls, is because it was like very early CGI. I mean, it still is very early CGI in later episodes, but they figured out that like, hey, the cars are not moving fast enough. So they had the animation of the car, but it looked like it was driving at like 10 kilometers an hour. Curb is an anime fan now? No. Who said that?
Yeah.
I said I was watching Initial D.
Initial D.
I'm trying to get my money's worth out of Crunchyroll by finding something to watch. Paying money, cash dollary.
Cash
dues.
banukas.
Yeah. So I was like, I liked Riding Bean and Gunsmith Cats, and there's a lot of driving in that. So I was like, let me watch this Initial D. And the animation's pretty good in it, actually. I liked it. But the theme song is like, oh my God. So crazy. So crazy bad. It's got English and Japanese in it. And the English is nonsensical. And the Japanese is nonsensical too. So it's like a double whammy.
Oh, some news.
What's that?
The voice actor for Tess in the Last of Us video game just passed away.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Crazy. What happened to her?
I don't know.
Yeah. The voice actor for Joel and Ellie are in the show. We haven't seen them yet.
Oh, that's cool.
The voice actor for Ellie was on a small program called Growing Pains. Have you ever heard of Growing Pains?
I've heard of it.
The one with Michael J. Fox?
Yep.
Do you remember when Michael J. Fox moved away and they got a young girl that came in with curly hair?
No.
The younger daughter? Well, that's her. She's the voice of Ellie on in the game. They have actual roles in the show, apparently, is what Neil Druckmann said. He said they had to be in the show and they had to have like a significant role. They couldn't just be like some garbage throwaway like role.
Huh, interesting.
So, I think they're Fireflies, if I had to guess.
Oh.
Yeah. So we'll see though.
We'll see.
I'll definitely recognize Ellie, this girl, because when she came out on stage at the at the Game Awards, I was like, wow, I recognize her. Why do I recognize her? And then I think Slinth was like, oh, the only thing I see her in was she was a daughter on Growing Pains. And I was like, oh my God, she was like 8 years old. It's like, holy crap. And then I was like, yeah, that is her. And the other one is, I think, yeah, Joel is done by David Hayter, I think. So I might recognize him. But yeah. What's the plans for the rest of the day, MikeyT33?
I'm going to film a bit of unboxing.
What are you unboxing this time?
And I got to do some editing.
What are you unboxing this time?
My 3D printing cage.
Cage?
Box bag.
Oh, the heat
Yeah.
thinger?
Sauna.
What was I going to say? I don't know. Your sauna, eh?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Then I got to start editing in the next vlog.
I'm going to work on the podcast tonight.
Yeah, I also got to do that as well.
Do the Weebus Plebus. It takes... Did you ever listen to them? You son of a bitch. I already know the answer.
I listened to the first 20 minutes of the first one.
Did you hear me interspersing any dialogue into it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. That was the main thing.
Yeah.
Finding the bits that I thought would fit in good is the main thing. I know what I'm going to put in for one of this one. It's going to be the English voice actor's screams. You slept till 4 p.m.?
Damn.
Dude is like on the I'm not working schedule right now.
Yep.
Just praying for snow or spring to come. One or the other. No, I woke up at 6 a.m. today, I think, because my nose was plugged up. You went to bed at 10 a.m. Too much Sea of Thieves, dude. Uninstall that shit from your Xbox, man.
Wow, that's a lot.
It's fucking up your life.
Fucking it up.
Yes, can't. Sure, you can. I believe in you. You can do it. I believe in you.
Full on faith.
Love it. I just can't get into it, man. Just can't get into it. I just find it just not fun.
I played it once.
Yeah, I did too.
It was fun.
I played it 2 times, I guess.
I only played
It
once.
was fine-ish. I had fun with the people I played with.
Yeah.
But the game, I just was like, I don't know. So, yeah, I'm gonna eat some lunch. Anytime you want to try it out, let's go.
Let's go.
It's uninstalled.
Damn.
Deleted from my account.
Damn.
I deleted it from.
Hey
my Game
guys,
Pass.
I'm Mikey.
We need a 4th. 4-way, baby.
Woo! 4-way. Sorry, that was probably really loud for everyone out
Way
there.
to go.
In out there land.
I don't know. I'll consider it.
That's all right. Y'all are deaf now.
I'll consider it anyways.
No, you cannot, Frank.
Yeah. And I have to put the other Weebus Plebus out onto the regular RSS feeds. You should look into see why I can't get it on Apple. You got the other podcast on Apple. I can't get it.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I'll have a look.
Not necessarily anytime soon, but maybe they're just taking a long time. I don't know. You can play via Game Pass without installing. No excuses. Well, my excuse is I don't really like it. I already said. There's like 50 other games I'd rather play before friggin' Sea of Thieves.
Oh.
No excuses. But I love excuses.
Check Apple Music.
And I'm going to get some lunching, a late lunching. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just wait for an early dinner. Yeah.
That's good.
Shall-
Let me add a cover to this.
Shall we fly away?
Did you like my covers for my vacations?
Yeah, there's like a kid and
A kid going.
yeah. Yep.
Typewriter says cancel.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, I couldn't remember the other one. It's time to go, everybody.
Yes, we'll see you guys later.
Au revoir. I love you all.